Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Antioch City Council meeting of March the 11th, 2025. It is now 5:30 p.m. City Clerk, may I please get a roll call?
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Councilmember Torres Walker.
Present.
Councilmember Freitas.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Rocha.
Here.
Mayor Bernal.
Here.
All members present at 5:30 p.m.
Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, at this time, we'll open up public comments for closed session items. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
I do not have any public comment cards for closed session items.
All right, thank you. I'll turn it over to our city attorney for the closed session item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Tonight, this council will meet in closed session to discuss one item, a conference with real property negotiators. This is property described as the Sycamore Square Police Substation located at 1084 Sycamore Drive. The negotiating parties are the city manager and myself. The negotiator for the property owner is Mike Corin, and under negotiation would be the rent and terms of payment.
All right, thank you. We are going to adjourn to closed session at 5:32 p.m. All right, good evening and welcome to the Antioch Special City Council meeting of March 11th, or actually City Council meeting of March 11th, 2025. It is now 6:24 p.m. Madam Clerk, can I please get a roll call?
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Councilmember Torres Walker,
Present.
Councilmember Freitas,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Rocha,
Here.
Mayor Bernal.
Here.
All members present at 6:24 p.m.
All right, the item before us is fiscal year 25 through 27 Budget Development, Public Safety, and Community Resources Department. Could I please have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Council. This is a continuation from last week where we had the special budget study session, went over the budget for public safety and community resources. Our finance director, Don Merchant, as well as our director for public safety and community resources, Tasha Johnson, is here to continue their presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'll just really quick give an introduction, then turn it over to Director Johnson. The staff report incorporates the same figures as last time, just listing all the departments under the Public Safety and Community Resources Department. As you recall, a presentation was provided by the department as well. We also presented the budget worksheets. Council did ask for this to come back this evening to continue that discussion. The only update I've made is on the chart A, the budget summary. There was some discussion about what percentage of the budget the Public Safety and Community Resources Department was, and some figures were throwing out there. So I just wanted to be clear. I have it highlighted on the staff report. In fiscal year 25, the Public Safety and Community Resources Department represents 2% of the general fund budget, and that is increasing to 4% in each of the next 2 fiscal years with the addition of funding to continue the Angelo Quinto Crisis Response Team. As you know, it's adding about $1.7 million to the general fund budget in fiscal year 26 and the 2.4 million in fiscal year 26-27. So that just includes my brief introduction. I'll turn it over to Director Johnson, and you can ask any questions that you wanted to continue from the prior budget study session.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you again for the continued opportunity to discuss this budget that, quite honestly, is not really a budget from our department's consideration, but more so of an investment. As demonstrated last week through the meeting, the data and the storied testaments of the community spoke volumes of the work that represents lives impacted, crises averted, and actually futures changed. So since the department's inception in 2022, the Angelo Quinto Community Response Team has responded to over 8,000 dispatches, diverting thousands of non-emergency calls from our police department and fire department, while also ensuring that people receive compassionate and appropriate care. Another example is Opportunity Village, providing over 155 individuals experiencing homelessness with various services, housing navigation, and a road towards stability. Our commitment was towards young people that reflected in the offering of mentorship, workforce development, and good old-fashioned fun. Throughout all of this, our community engagement piece has been the foundational groundwork for raising the voices that we work so hard for. This budget is not just about maintaining programs, but continuing Antioch and providing a path forward in our city. So as we discuss this department's budget, I'm excited to work together with you and the council members because it doesn't stop here. Our needs are real, and the solutions we built are actually working. Just to remind the public that the divisions that live in this department are environmental sustainability and resiliency, which we'll talk about today. That is not me. It's someone in the back.
Bear with us for a moment while we get this on screen. There you go.
Great, okay. I got it in the back, thank you. All right. We will cover environmental sustainability, housing and homelessness, violence intervention and prevention, as well as the youth services network. Again, just as a reminder, this department holds a lot of key topics and important issues that face our community, and it's done with 9 individuals who are outstanding, and many of them are here, so I'd like to acknowledge staff within the Department of Public Safety and Community Resources, Julie, Montserrat, Teresa, and we had a host of others last week as well. So I'd like to talk about housing and homelessness for the homeless services first. For FY 2025, we have approximate 225,000, and the services that will be provided are shower services, our motel voucher program, resource fair, laundry services, emergency housing assistance, and the new funding of the core team. In the upcoming 2-year budget cycle, we are asking for additional resources to not only continue funding those services that are already in place, but adding the safe parking piece as well. Some of the outcomes from fiscal year 25 are reflected on the screen. Over 1,000 showers given with 79 unique participants. However, the monthly average of attendees are 231 folks. The shower program is only able to serve 25 individuals 2 days a week. So they receive more individuals that they can serve, but they come and they eat and they fellowship and they commune and they get other resources that are on site at the same time. Our motel voucher program has assisted 8 participants. We've hosted a resource fair with 62 attendees, 21 vendors from all over the county, consisting of county partners, local CBOs, and community members, and also a city department attended. Our laundry services has served 356 participants with 708 vouchers dispersed. And we are anticipating the emergency housing assistance program assisting 20 households. For the contracts professional, fiscal year 25, we're looking to expend $79,000 with the hiring of a consultant to dive into an assessment and a strategic plan. Now that we've had success with Opportunity Village, we now have our own core team, and the needs are slightly shifting, and we will have the new pit count emerge in a couple months. I think it's important and prudent for the city to get a deeper look and a snapshot of where we are currently, and help us develop a strategic plan so that we can identify funding areas, so we can spend the money efficiently and effectively where the needs are. In the upcoming 2-year, I've reduced it from 79 to 75, with part of the money going towards a grant writer. There are a lot of grants coming down the pipeline that we are looking to explore, and with the consultant, we will also use that individual or firm to implement that strategic plan. So ARPA is a fun topic for our community. As we reflect on this impact that ARPA has had, I want to highlight just 3 of the premier programs for this department that was funded through ARPA. That is Opportunity Village, the Mayor's Apprenticeship Program, which is MAP, which will soon become RISE potentially, and obviously the Angelo Quinto Community Response Team. All of these program functions have established an extremely strong foundation for previously unexplored but necessary and needed services in our city. We have had to deal with homelessness, we've had to deal with lack of community response, and we've established these programs to meet those needs, and the data shows that they have been successful. Establishing responsive programs like a violence intervention, like a youth services program, and homelessness response continues to be crucial and critical services for our city as we grow in population and diversity while addressing these challenges related to public trust and community safety. These programs are unique as they have provided alternative and community-centered solutions that build relationships, address these root causes of violence and homelessness, and create stability for all of our community members. A lot of times we think that these programs are funded and only serve these particular vulnerable populations. However, these services impact positively the entire community, whether you live in a house or whether you live in an encampment, whether you have a job or whether you're seeking a job, it benefits all of us. And I just want to make sure I highlight that. So the first program that was funded through ARPA was Opportunity Village. That program will be completed. The sunset is April 30th. There is a wind down process that's in place. This is just a quick snapshot of the outcomes from that particular program for these 2 years. We are expecting a presentation to be given by BACS, our service provider, on March 28th during the council meeting, so we can really dive into the program and its expenditures. So just as a snapshot, highlight high-level observation, 155 participants received services, 145 of those were exited. Out of those, 114 were positive, and 21 discharges were involuntary exits or discharged because of violence or violation of room codes. With this program, although it's sunsetting April 30th, the city will continue to provide deep critical services to unhoused individuals through our encampment resolution funds that we received last year in the amount of $6.8 million. Those funds will also serve encampment residents in Sunset and Dev Par area. And I forgot what I was saying, sorry. The next slide. The ARPA funding that is ongoing, it has not sunsetted. It will continue through the end of this year. While it's continuing, we will have the opportunity, no pun intended, to actually apply for additional funding with the same funding source. So let me review what we currently have, and I will highlight what is anticipated. There's a consultant for Rubicon programs at the cost of almost $400,000. The wages are almost $225,000. There will be 3 cohorts that work from 6 to 7 months. Within that month, those months, they receive training before they are placed on job sites. 29 participants in total, with 9 in session currently for the spring of 2025. They're placed in our Public Works Department. They're placed with local CBOs, and upcoming, we have a new partner in Tri-Delta, and I'd like to thank City Manager Scott for helping to develop that relationship. 17 out of 20 have already completed the program last year with 2 of the cohorts, and 11 of those 20 have secured post-program employment. Additional funding was secured for October 2024 through December 2025 from California Volunteers Youth Service Corps. We anticipated that ARPA funding would have run out prior to that, and we applied for this grant through California Volunteers Youth Service Corps, and we received a grant funding of $500,000, which allowed us to sustain the program throughout the end of this calendar year. Reapplication for this particular grant for the YSC will be for the period of July 2025 through December of 2026, and the deadline for this application is next week, and our application is amazing. Lastly, the third program that's funded with this department through ARPA is the Angelo Quinto Community Response Team, which ran from November of 2022 to October of 2025. Felton Institute was awarded $5.7 million, and of that money, they have completed the following. Over 8,000 dispatches were completed since the inception. Over 3,000 welfare checks have been conducted, and over 100 follow-ups and impactful case management services happened last year with the incidents that they were dispatched to. Now, this program is the bulk of the increase from our 2% that we are currently operating in for the budget to the 4%. With that, the 1.7 is for fiscal year 26, and the 2.4 will be for fiscal year 27. What's also not denoted on this screen is the ability to reach out to the community. There have been stories upon stories of folks coming up to me or those in the department that staff our amazing divisions saying, I was nervous to call 911, but now that the police officers are responding differently And now that we have the community response team, I feel safer. And we have been working hand in hand with the police department. They have been incredible partners in launching this program, and they have been incredible partners with this department as a whole. So not only is this program successful with the number of dispatches that they've been led to, but they have decreased staff time on the police department. They have increased public trust in tandem with the police department and the work that they've done. And they've also allowed this department to reach out in other areas where they serve our unhoused individuals, they interact with the business community, and they do other community engagement events that uplift our community. I'd like to turn it over to Montserrat Cabral, who is our Youth Services Network Manager, and also stepping in and serving as a special public safety manager person.
Special. Good evening, Council, Mayor Bernal. Thank you for this opportunity. I don't have access to the clicker for the presentation. Can we go one back? All right, I know we're tight on time, but I think it's really important to touch on a few things. Again, my name is Montserrat Cabral. I am the Youth Services Network Manager and Special Assignment Public Safety Manager. For Felton, for Angelo Quinto Community Response Team, Felton has been allocated $5.7 million, as Tasha said, thank you, with 3.6, and I know, again, I talk really quickly, slow me down, but I know that there were some questions and I wanna make sure that I address each of them. With 3.6 million provided in November 2022 through October 2024, and the additional 2.1 in ARPA funds for the final 12 months from November 2024 through October 2025. These funds cover the administrative staff overseeing the program, the community resource specialist, service vehicles, necessary supplies and uniforms, and rent for the office space. The costs of the AQCRT have increased over the past 2 years, as you see in your budget sheets, because we transitioned from part-time to full-time data management staff and behavioral specialists. We also increased the community response specialist from 5.5 to 11 full-time positions. I also want to note that we have the Contra Costa County's A3, anyone, anywhere, anytime, mobile crisis response team. A3 has been an invaluable resource in the community, providing countywide crisis response services with a strong emphasis on medical and behavioral health emergencies. Their dedicated team plays a crucial role in ensuring individuals in crisis receive appropriate, compassionate care and support. There are some differences, though, with A3 program and the AQCRT, in that A3 serves the entire county, while AQCRT specifically is designed to meet the unique needs of Antioch residents. A3 primarily focuses on medical crisis response, whereas AQCRT integrates a community-based intervention model. This includes partnering during abatements, responding to behavioral health crises, and addressing social needs, service needs, conducting welfare checks, and providing support during incidents involving individuals experiencing homelessness. All factors that are part of a system-wide change to prevent unnecessary suffering and the loss of life. Having the AQCRT in Antioch ensures a faster response and that our times align with our local needs. The cost of in-house staffing, and Tasha and I went over this. We tried it out different ways for the last few months. The cost of in-house staffing for this program would likely be significantly higher due to salary, benefits, and operational expenses for full-time employees and the need for additional infrastructure within the department and the city. Hiring a consultant like Felton to run the program allows flexibility, lowers administrative burden, and provides access to specialized expertise without the long-term financial commitment of in-house staffing. Some of the grants that we have received. In July of 2022, we applied for the California Violence Intervention and Prevention grants, which awarded us about 1.794, 116 million, and the city of Antioch was to match that by 100%. Much of the match that we use was in our feasibility analysis and the purchase of our facility for the new department. Now, moving forward, and the program was Uplifting Peace. I know there was a question last time that said there was about 417,000 used for salaries and benefits for 50% of the public safety manager and 50% of the community engagement coordinator, with the other 50% being funded by general fund. A lot of the money that we received is for NGOs, so that we supported Advanced Peace for their technical assistance, Evident Change as the evaluators, which is mandated by the state, and our direct service providers one day at a time. The program that we do is Uplifting Peace. As Tasha went over earlier, we secured the California Volunteers for $540,000, which funds our MAP program from October of 2024 through December of 2025. The application is being submitted for next week for about $2 million, and it will take us through December of 2026. We have ERF funds, as Tasha also went over, for $6.8 million from January 2025 to 2027. That program is specific for the DevPAR and Sunset encampment residents. And then we have the SB 1383 implementation grant for $306,900. I can never read math. It's $306,999,000 from April 2024 to April of 2026. And as I just stated, some of these are in progress. The CalVIP grant will take us through a 3-year cycle. The last 6 months of 2029 are for evaluation purposes. Today I attended a 4.5-hour call, which I thought was amazing because the first best news is that there is no match. Secondly, we plan on applying for $5 million. I think that it's a good look for us. I also love the fact that they are offering an extra $2 million for those who are awarded in technical assistance, because they realize that capacity building within these cities, counties, and CBOs wasn't enough to roll that into what the award amount was. We also, as I stated earlier, we're submitting the YSC application, and we also have Measure X funds for Youth Service Center that was also submitted on February 18th. That award timeline is July 2025 through June of 2027.
Thank you, Montserrat. With that, I'd like to transition to our Environmental and Sustainability Division, and I'd like to welcome up Julie Haas-Wydovich. No applause? I did it.
There you go. That was your applause. Yeah. Good evening, Mayor and council members. So basically what I'm highlighting tonight is what we are asking for out of the Solid Waste Fund is pretty much a return to our 2008 funding levels out of the franchise fee at a time in 2008, when our franchise fee rate was fully implemented, the Solid Waste Fund received $418,000. We're now asking for $400,000. Since the recession, we've been getting $160,000 a year, and we just upped that with SB 1383 stuff to $300,000. Really, honestly, right now we have some increased costs that are coming up. Our HHW program has been held at our 2005 contribution level since 2005, and Delta Diablo is indicating that they need to renegotiate that. Understandable to have a rate increase after 20 years. So some of that is also in our fiscal year 2026 budget, even though there's no change in expenditures between 2025 and 2026. And then in fiscal year 2027, our franchise agreement with Republic Services ends in 2028. An RFP process is roughly an 18-month to 2-year process, especially since we haven't done one since 1976. And so we have factored in some of the consultant cost for fiscal year 27 to cover that. So those are some of the differences. Additionally, as Montserrat mentioned, we have our We have our SB 1383 implementation grant, which was this current round is roughly $307,000. That will be done on April 1st of 2026. So the additional things that we have to do as part of SB 1383 don't go away on April 1st, 2026. So we will still need to have a contract for our food recovery inspection system, our program with the county. And so those kinds of costs stick with us, even though we got implementation grants to start with it. And then we also have my other little itty bitty pocket of money, which is our climate and energy budget. When we started this in 2005, sorry, not 2005. This fund was created with ARPA. Is that right? The first one? No, now is ARPA. What was before that? What was the recession one?
Well, we had PG&E.
That was after that. The first thing that funded this was our ARA DOE grant, where we did the streetlight retrofit and the building facilities retrofits. And part of the application for the DOE, the Department of Energy, we stated that we would put some of that savings into a fund to keep climate and energy work going. And then when we did another lighting retrofit, we got the rebates. I think that was from the water park project that went into the fund. We currently don't have any new rebates or energy savings coming in, but climate work is still vital, and we're turning our attention more towards our lower income residents and trying to work on energy efficiency items with them so that we can lower their utility burden, as I mentioned last week. So really, this budget is a $20,000 a year annual increase from what we've been previously doing over the course of the last 20 years. Gosh, less than 20 this time, but since 2010, let's say. But so it's really roughly $60,000 a year, which we hope to spend on outreach and engagement with part-time staff, as well as continuing to bring different programs from our CARP to the public. I think that is it.
Thank you,
like it.
Julie.
Thank you.
So with that, that concludes our presentation. We have many of our service providers here to also address any questions should you have any programmatic and detailed questions that they can field as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Being that this item is being continued from the last meeting, we're not going to be taking public comment on this. So we have 10 minutes or so for council to ask questions and deliberate on anything they would like regarding this. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for the city manager. So what specifically are you looking from feedback from the council on these items? Because I mean, frankly, I'm still waiting for the data, to come forward. And we talked, Ms. Johnson, there's going to be a presentation on 28th. So I'm not quite sure what it is that you're asking the council.
I'm not asking the council anything. I think you all wanted these budget study sessions as we get ready to prepare for our next biennial budget. And I think I want to first start off by saying thank you to our director and her team. They are able to do a lot for our community with very little. And so I want to make sure that the data elements that you would like us to bring forward outside of these presentations are here. One of the things that Councilmember Freitas, you asked for was a presentation from BACS. We really appreciate that about Opportunity Village, and we will be getting that for you. So any specific data or presentations that you have, please feel free to ask us. As you know, some of our providers are here and we can arrange that. I think that as we go forward, the questions are actually for you as you set budget and policy. So what would you like to see in the programs? What questions do you need answered to make trade-offs and decisions? And how can we make sure that we get you the information that you need to do so?
Well, Ms. Johnson, you earlier said data shows that they've been successful. This is with regards to the ARPA funding. I just need more information. How is it measured as successful? What were the criteria?
Okay, and so I think you're asking for the program framework, and can you be specific about which programs
particularly the Opportunity Village.
Okay, so that
But, I
presentation will
mean,
come.
they're not the only one, Cal Vips, I mean, you know, the youth, no, I'm satisfied with that, but, the Rubicon, you know, program, when I looked at the Angelo Quinto, and I saw that 8,363 dispatches were made, that seems like an extraordinary number. So for me, the question is, how do you count a dispatch? Are there repeats? You know, are they all new? I have no idea what that number really truly means, as well as the 3,149 welfare checks. Again, you know, are these repeats? Are they singular? I mean, we need to be able to break down and try to measure. And I'm assuming with any program that the city has funded in the past, it was articulated what the goals, objectives, and what success was. I'd like to see, when the program was discussed and approved by the past city council, what were those? And did we meet them? If we were deficient, then why were we deficient? And are we addressing them moving forward? The other issue that I would have, all these programs are deserving, you know, but we have a terrible challenge in front of us. And before I say what I think the number is, Ms. Merchant, I want to be clear in my mind. This is with regards to the overheads over the staff report with regards to some of the funding. And I noticed that in the report for general fund expenditure reductions, this is for FY 26, FY 27, fiscal year 26 and 27, that you've already talked to a lot of these departments, and you've already cut the number in fiscal year 26 to 8.6 million, and then FY 27 to 9.4 million. I rounded up. But you also indicate that we have a deficit at the end of this year of $5.4 million, and it's anticipated next year to be $15.7 million. And we have a deficit in fiscal year 27 of $17.6 million. So if I add the 8.6, the 9.4, the 5.4, the 15.7, the 17.6, we come up with basically a deficit of $58 million. Is that right, wrong?
Yeah, I just would like to clarify, as I did mention before, for fiscal year 24-25, that for the 5.358, that really isn't a true deficit spending, because those were encumbrances and purchase orders rolled over that were not spent in fiscal year 24. So it was rebudgeted, although the money was received in the prior fiscal year, it was rebudgeted into fiscal year 25. So it's essentially inflating the expenditure number because it's expenditures that were not spent, that were encumbered and rolled into fiscal year 25. And that's why you'll see the budget stabilization transfer is only $405,014. Once you account for the money being rolled over from the prior year, the deficit remaining is $405,000 versus the 5.3. But otherwise, yes, if you cumulatively add up the 15.6 to 17.8 and you account for what we've already backed out of the 8.6 and the 9.3, yes.
So roughly, still
Yeah.
roughly about 55, 58 million.
Yes.
And so, I think it would be easier on us if we, like surplus deficit, if it's prior year encumbrance, just put down prior year encumbrance so we know what it constitutes, because having the surplus number or deficit number there, it raises questions, well, what are those components? And it would be helpful, I think, at least for me, I think for the public, if we broke some of those down, because as we move in FY 26 and 27, those are true deficits, so they have no encumbrances, correct?
That is correct.
So I think we need to be consistent on those. And that would also be true, again, I've raised this before, I'll raise it again, transfer in, transfer out. It's meaningless unless we have explanations about what the transfer in, transfer out is really all about. So going forward, I would request that we define those so that as a policy questions for the council, we would have a better handle on what those numbers are.
Yeah, the transfers in, transfers out, just so you know, that is an accounting term that we are required to use. I cannot label it as anything else. However, on the general
Yeah, but
fund revenue.
You can break it down for us.
Right, and that's on the general fund revenue summary. There's a section for transfers in, and it does disclose what fund that's coming in for. And as we get to each of those budget sections, and we do talk about those budget, we can go into more detail
Okay.
specifically what those are for.
It would be easier if they were all contained on one page that we don't have to be flipping through on the various sections. If it was, all the information was contained, it's right in front of us, we have a better handle.
I understand that, but if I included all the transfers out on this page, you'd be looking at a document that's 2 font. So that's why we try and break it out, so that when we do get to the section, you know, we can
Okay.
clearly see it. And I am happy for future for the 5.3, I will label that as being an encumbrance carryover so that it is clear. That is
I
easy
just
to
think
help.
consistency is important when we're all reviewing the budget.
All right.
Thank
and-
you for your feedback, Councilmember Freitas. I've heard you ask for some programmatic information in terms of outcomes, goals initially, and return on investment. I'm thinking about providing that in a separate memorandum or a separate presentation to this council. Thanks.
All right, any other? Okay, any other comments by any other council members? I just have a couple. I wanted to first of all thank Director Johnson and all of the staff for answering all the questions that I had posed and building them into the presentation, so thank you very much. So 99% of my questions were answered, and I also appreciate the work you're doing, so thank you. Under housing and homelessness, the grant writer, it's proposing $75,000 per year for the next couple of years. Is that in addition to and different from the Townsend group that's, I've heard, working on grants as well?
Yes, this is a different consultant in terms of specific subject matter expertise and scaling of programs, as well as feasibility studies and outcomes.
Okay, very good. And then the other thing I just would like to know is, it was mentioned that the Angelo Quinto Crisis Response Team had been scaled up from what it had originally started as and what it is today. I would like to know what it was before it was scaled up and what that cost is, and what the coverage of that program was, so that we can see the two of them. And that's only 2 questions that I have.
Thanks so much. We'll get you that information.
All right, thank you very much. So, seeing that this is complete, can I please have a motion to close this budget study session?
So moved?
All right, we have a motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Motion to adjourn at 7:02 PM passes 5-0.
All right, thank you very much. And with that, we will move into our regular city council meeting. Good evening and welcome to the regular city council meeting for the city of Antioch, for the meeting of March 11th, 2025. It is now 7:02 PM. Madam Clerk, may I please get a roll call?
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Councilmember Torres Walker,
Present.
Councilmember Freitas,
Present?
Mayor Pro Tem Rocha,
Here.
Mayor Bernal.
Here.
All members present at 7:02 PM.
All right, will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. City Attorney, could we please get a report out on closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the city council met this evening in closed session to discuss one item. That item was a conference with real property negotiators. This was for property located at 1084 Sycamore Drive in relation to the use of a potential police substation. The negotiator for the property owner was Mike Corin. The negotiators for the city are the city manager and myself. Under negotiation were the rent and terms of payment. Direction was given to the city's negotiators. No other reportable action was taken.
All right, thank you very much. It's now time for public comment. Madam Clerk, how many public comments do we have?
Mayor, we currently have 17 speaker cards.
Okay, so we will do 90 seconds, minute and a half per speaker. We will conclude public comments for this portion of the meeting at 7:30, and then we will have an opportunity for public comments towards the end of the meeting where folks will be given the opportunity to speak for 3 minutes, but you will not be able to speak twice, only once. Thank you. Yes, please.
Welcome to a meeting of the Antioch City Council. Your attendance is appreciated. The state Ralph M. Brown Act guarantees the public's right to address the City Council within the framework of speaker rules. Because agendas encompass many business items, speaker rules enable the meeting to be efficiently conducted and concluded at a reasonable hour. The City Council can only take action on items that are listed on the agenda. If you wish to speak about an item not on the agenda, the public comment section of the agenda is for you. Unagendized comments are provided until no later than 7:30 p.m. when the City Council moves on to agenda items. There is another opportunity for public comment at the end of the meeting. If you wish to speak either during public comment or during an agenda item, please fill out a speaker request form located at the entrance of the council chambers. Please place the request form in the tray near the city clerk before the City Council meeting begins. This will enable us to call upon you to speak. The speaker request form is retained as a public record and as such may be shared with others upon request in line with the California Public Records Act. On your speaker request form, please identify if the comment is for announcement of community events, public comment, or a specific agenda item. No one may speak more than once on an agenda item or during public comment. Speakers will be notified shortly before they are called upon to speak. When you are called to speak, please limit your comments to the time allotted, up to 3 minutes at the discretion of the mayor. The consent calendar is a group of items which are determined to be routine. These items are usually considered all at once and approved without further discussion. If you are opposed to action, which is recommended for an item on the consent calendar, please submit a speaker request form before the meeting and place it in the speaker card tray next to the city clerk. This will enable the item to be removed from the consent calendar and call on you to speak. We have 2 public hearings tonight. During public hearings, each side is entitled to 1 main presenter who may not speak for more than 10 minutes. All other speakers during public hearing items are entitled to a maximum of 5 minutes. These time limits may be modified depending on the number of speakers or number of items on the agenda at the mayor's discretion. Groups who are here regarding an item may identify themselves by raising their hand at the appropriate time to show support for one of their speakers. During certain types of hearing, the applicant is allowed to give their presentation first. After all testimony is received, the applicant has an opportunity for rebuttal. After hearing from the public, the agenda item will be closed. Deliberations will then be limited to members of the City Council. If the meeting appears to be going late, the City Council may decide to continue some items until a subsequent meeting. The City Council will make this determination around 10 o'clock p.m. It is the goal to stop discussing agenda items by no later than 11 o'clock p.m.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will extend the time until 7:40 due to our long introduction. So if you go ahead and with the still 90 seconds per speaker.
Okay. Our first speaker is Moses Riley, followed by Belafonte Anderson and William Tate.
Good afternoon. My name is Moses Riley. Actually, I come here by I asking at the court, for a speak, the young man, and actually the last 3 years before I received, I have a cancer the last 3 years, and then I want to say thank you so much, the Contra Costa County, the employers, the social workers, working with me, so very hard, but spend so much money and support me with the medical, with the ER. And actually, I receive medication so very expensive. And the thing is that when I had the second step, passed through my life, I received domestic violence, and the thing is that I survivor. And the next one actually is for, I lost my job. I lost my, in the moment, my dreams. But I'm here for speak for the citizens, the Antioch, and I wanted the opportunity to explain and they're looking for different option for, remove the criminal,
Thank you, Moises.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Bella Fonte Anderson, followed by William Tate and Gina Peterson.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and the City Council. My name is Bella Fonte Anderson. I am an employee for the Felton Institute. I am a behavioral health specialist. I've been working in mental health for approximately 30 years. I understand exactly what mental health is. That means that when you have a crisis in the field of psychiatry, there's no such thing as really an answer, but we try to stabilize. So when we go out on these assessments and these teams, the teams we go out to assess a situation, a crisis, yes, we may come back 2 or 3 times because it's because of the stabilization is needed. Very, very needed. That can be at Safeways, that can be at Lucky's, that can be at anybody's home, or the house, or whichever. We deal with suicide. We deal with crisis from youth to adult to mostly any crisis in Antioch City. We respond, and our response time is quick. And when the information comes back, meaning that when I do my assessment, I have a caseload.
Thank you, Belafonte.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next speaker is William Tate, followed by Gina Peterson and Keith Carthen Jr.
All right, Mayor, Council, how you guys doing? I would like to open up with this statement. My name is William Tate. I serve as the case manager for AQCRT. I would like to open up with this particular statement. I hold community for others while others hold community for me. In other words, I believe that community is a community is as strong as its support system. AQCRT, our main objective is communal support services. So what does the community have to say about AQCRT? I would like to read just a couple of emails very, very quickly. This is an email from a mother who received support services from AQCRT for her son. She said, "My name is Mrs. Edmonds, and unfortunately on Saturday, my family had to call the crisis hotline for my adult son who was experiencing a severe mental health crisis. We reside in Antioch, and some wonderful God-sent young men from your team came by to my home to help assist with my son. I would like you to understand that your team were very knowledgeable, kind, and assuring during this difficult time while waiting for the EMT, and both young men explained in detail the next steps of what was going to happen. They even tried talking to my son. I was lost. I cried. The knowledge and love that both these young men gave, I will never forget. I am forever thankful to them."
Thank you, William.
Thank you for that time.
Next speaker is Gina Peterson, followed by Keith Carthen Jr. and Elisa Wesley Clark.
Hey, my name is Gina. I'm the community response specialist. And by that being said, we take on things personally. It's a lot of people out there don't know that they need help until they see us. I'm one of them. I was a store manager for GameStop for a long time. And when I was at GameStop one time, police was very limited. Long story short, the care team helped me get the people out, waited till I closed my store. That's why I wanted to be a community response people, because what happens is that the police have so much to do. They have so much to do, and if we can make their lives a little bit better to protect us, I'm in all the way. That's all I got to say. That's it.
Thank you.
I can't see.
Next speaker is Keith Carthen Jr., followed by Elisa Wesley Clark and Julie Haas.
How are you guys doing? My name is Keith Carthen Jr. I'm with the community response team for the last 2 years, and I love the job I'm doing here in the city of Antioch. It's a good story I have to give out to you guys. Me and my partner, when I was working graveyard shifts, we helped a female that was going through an abusive relationship with a homeless person. She was homeless too, I want to say. So me and my partner helped her out over there on 7-Eleven over there on Contra Loma Boulevard. We got her into a shelter that night, that same morning. I gave her a shirt that I was wearing, my sweater that I just gave to her because she was cold, because it was like 2 o'clock in the morning. My team, we helped her get to a shelter in Richmond, got her in the shelter. We followed up with her. She's being successful right now. She didn't know she was pregnant at the time too. She gave us a letter saying that thanks to us, she's off the streets. And now she is living life with her family, and she rekindled with her family. So how can I go wrong with that? That's a good story that I did for my community. So with the community we here, I love doing my job. I'm not gonna lie, I love doing this job. I'm a people's person, but thank you. I got a call.
All right. Thank you.
Next speaker is Elisa Wesley Clark, followed by Julie and Greg Lewis.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Council, and the Antioch community. My name is Alicia, and I'm here to represent the Angelo Quintos Community Response Team. I'm the director of the team, and the valuable work that we're doing to support individuals in crisis here in Antioch. The team is dedicated to providing 24/7 immediate specialized support for individuals experiencing distress, particularly those facing mild to moderate mental health crisis. We connect individuals to the appropriate services that they need, including counseling, therapy, medical care, shelter, and housing resources. By handling crisis with compassion and care, the team has worked to build trust within the community, especially among individuals who may feel hesitant to engage with law enforcement. This program allows law enforcement to focus on situations that are more closely aligned with their scope of work and training, while the AQCRT addresses other crises. For example, when individuals are experiencing mental health crisis, the team can step in to provide immediate support and resources, allowing law enforcement to focus on responding to incidents requiring law enforcement intervention, such as public safety threats. This collaboration ensures that each team is addressing situations in which they are most qualified, leading to more effective and efficient responses. Our teamwork goes beyond just crisis management. We are creating a supportive environment for individuals in distress. Thank you.
Next speaker is Julie Haas Wojowicz.
Not bad, by the way. I usually say that it takes at least one term. as an elected here to get that name right. So you did pretty darn well. It was very close. I am just making the most of this. You have copies of this flyer with the city clerk, so you don't have to try and read it from here. And there are also, for those in the audience, there are flyers on our brochure stand out in the breeze or the causeway. We have a resource recovery ambassador training, which will be our second round of this training. It is part of the learning how to do the 3-sort. Our goal is to educate people that live, work, or play, or all three, if you're fortunate enough like me to do them all in town, to be the subject matter experts for their own individual micro communities within our larger Antioch community. We understand that the 3-sort program, that getting all of that food waste and food soiled paper into your green cart is just another extra step, and that we're already asking you to recycle, and we're trying to educate the folks that are going to be educating all of us. It is a stipend program because we want to be respectful of people's time and commitment. The upcoming workshops we have 2 Zoom options for the first workshop, which is on March 27th from 6 to 8, or on March 24th from 4 to 6. And you can get registered by going to our website, and it's on here, as well as a QR code. And then we have our in-person training happening on March 29th. At the Antioch Senior Center. So it takes 2 trainings, a virtual and an in-person, to get your stipend, as well as a cool resource recovery ambassador shirt, a litter grabber, and a bunch of other swag. So thank you.
Next speaker is Greg Lewis, followed by Denise Hayes and Nakia Bradshaw.
Hello, council members. I'm here in support of the Angelo Quito Community Response and the Felton Institute. We had a situation at the end of last year with our daughter. Oh, my wife didn't come up, okay. But anyway, they helped us through a real tough time where my daughter was going through some mental health issues. And she wouldn't have made it, basically. She would have been institutionalized if they hadn't have helped us. And this city needs that type of help. When you have children that are going through mental health issues that are causing them to be angry, combative with their parents, lost, basically. And they were there to help us. They came out quick. They stayed there with us and talked us through the issues. And it's hard for you to even imagine the kind of things that a child, an adult, anybody with mental health could go through. I've seen it 2-3 times. And not just with the one person, my daughter, but with another family member where, I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Denise Hess, followed by Nakia Bradshaw and Corazon Riviera.
Good evening, Council. I'm Denise Hess. I'm here in support of the Community Response Team. Last December, I called APD to assist me with my child who was on the spectrum and was experiencing autism symptoms. I felt like I had no choice but to call them for help. Although they were professional in assessing the situation, I wish I would have known about the Community Response Team, or the officers would have told me they existed for the next time. It is a priority for my child to have a positive relationship with law enforcement. Moving forward, I did learn about the response team when my child called 911, and an empathetic dispatcher on the line shared that with me. It can be a gut-wrenching experience for a parent who has a child in the middle of a meltdown and is eloping, and you feel nothing but frustration, fear, and helplessness. Fortunately, the care team has assisted me in locating my child 3 times recently when he's eloped out of my home, which is common for autistic children. It was very scary because he got so far down the road, I lost sight of him. It could be a dangerous situation. The care team made me feel supported, cared about, and hopeful. They treated us with love, respect, and kindness. They've been so supported by following up with us and have shared resources. They're making a difference in my life, and I don't know what I would do without them. Our community needs the community response team, and I hope you will consider that in your budget. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Denise.
Next speaker is Nakia Bradshaw, followed by Corazon Riviera and Leslie May.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. My name is Nakia, and I'm a part of Antioch Council of Teens. So I would like to say some impacts on Antioch Council of Teens. This program has really impacted me. It helped me to socialize. It helped me to meet new people, and it gave me volunteer and community opportunities such as this. And I would like to say, before you guys consider making cuts, I would consider keeping this program, because this program not only helps youth to socialize, but helps them to engage in civic leadership. So thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Nakia.
Next speaker is Corazon Riviera, followed by Leslie May and Rakia Davis Sheard.
Good evening, Mayor Bernal and council members. I was born and raised in Antioch, attended school here, and I'm now raising my children in this community. Like many others, I'm deeply invested in ensuring that Antioch remains a safe, thriving, and supportive place for all families. I recognize the importance of these budget study sessions. Obviously, this is referring to the previous meeting. And I understand that you're faced with making difficult financial decisions. To my understanding, and from what I heard, the department we are placing under scrutiny only constitutes 2% of the overall budget. I believe that you can see the positive impact this department has on our community, and you want to celebrate it and continue to help it flourish. I only have 1.5 minutes, you have to wait. The general fund must be used to support the Public Safety and Community Resources Department, especially in critical areas like youth programming and mental health services. I can share from experience that Contra Costa County as a whole is overwhelmed to meet the tremendous demand for mental health services, especially here in Antioch. And these workers, the county workers, many that live in Antioch, sacrifice their mental health while striving to serve the community. We have to continue to work together with the county to provide mental health services. In terms of youth programming, our young people need safe places and meaningful opportunities, and I think we can do so much more. While this conversation is not specifically about recreation, I understand the community has had planning meetings and funding for a bike garden, which was something I was excited to utilize with young children learning to ride their bikes. Despite this investment, it has yet to take off, and it would be great to have an update on this project.
Thank you, Corazon.
Next speaker is Leslie May, followed by Rika Davis Sheard and Chris Shackelford.
Good evening, Council. I'm here to say that this council is in violation of the Antioch Police Oversight Commission's rules and regulations, and is using political influence to coerce and persuade a former commissioner to convince a current commissioner to vote to pause the APOC meetings. This is in direct violation of the agreement, which prohibited political influence. When city administrators feared one commissioner would vote to continue the meetings, the chair of APOC failed to show up for the APOC meeting vote yesterday, March 10th, 25, and there was no vote. This is a stall tactic designed by two top city administrators and the APOC chair. As it stands now, this commission is not working for the good of the community. With people who have been murdered, maimed, and harmed by the 48 officers and the Back to Blue gang. They are working for political gain only. This is ridiculous. I have the proof. I got the proof because people called. They left their numbers. I got a message. I got everything. So I'm just putting everyone on alert because I do this when I'm getting ready to file things. I am filing against you.
Thank you, Ms. May.
Next speaker is Rika Davis Sheard, followed by Chris Shackelford and Derek O'Neill.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rika Davis Sheard. I am here as a public citizen to speak about the Angelo Quinto Crisis Response Team. First and foremost, I'd like to say or ask or pose the question, does it really matter if 8,000 calls are duplicated or unduplicated? If 8,000 calls were made, 8,000 calls were made, and 8,000 calls were needed to be made. I also would like to say, why would we not want to help the police department? The police department is burdened enough, and they're dealing with their own stuff that they got going on and need to comply with. And so why wouldn't we want to alleviate some of the things that they have no background experience dealing with? The police department does not have experience dealing with mental health crises, as they shouldn't. They're the police department. They're there to enforce the law. If someone's having a mental health emergency, the police are the last people that need to show up, unless there is violence posed a threat to themselves or others. And so I would rather call the police when I know that someone that is compassionate, as well as someone who has experience dealing with the situation, and those who have experience dealing with the type of call and the people that they're serving, right? We really want to make sure that we have that in place and we keep it in place because it was created for a reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Rika.
Next speaker is Chris Shackelford, followed by Derek O'Neill and Ann Jenks.
That is a tough act to follow. Well said. Hi, my name is Chris Shackelford, Mayor, Council, Antioch Community. I am the CEO of a company named Flex Your AI, and I'm here for an ask that is valuable for this community. So, quick background, I was running a $2 billion with a B dollar business up until October of last year. I started an AI company. I saw this bullet train coming. My company wasn't going to keep up, so I decided to start my own AI company, and it's been very successful. It focuses on two things. AI consulting, artificial intelligence consulting, as well as entrepreneurship and helping entrepreneurs succeed with AI. This is where the ask comes in. I am surrounded by six-figure incomes that look almost exactly like me. So I think this community has a great opportunity to support the underserved in training the community up and being more fluent in AI. With that, I see I can't yield time, but I would like to move on to the next person, my partner, Derek O'Neill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Derek O'Neill, followed by Ann Jenks and Frank Sterling.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm back. I told you I was going to be back. I put on an event summit and offered jobs, and nobody showed up. Now tonight, I want to bring another gentleman with me that understands the jobs for the community. And what I've been doing is not try to make the prisons more richer. I want to make our community rich. And this is what I do. We have six-figure opportunities, but every time I come to the city or any department, they close the door on me, or they don't follow up. So until they answer my calls, I'm still going to come every second Tuesday and fourth Tuesday of the month. I'm going to be here. So at the end of the day, I'm saying to you, I've been in artificial intelligence since 2012. I ran some successful cohorts for San Francisco. That's where I was born. I'm here now. I'm here in Bay Point, but I do a lot of cousins in Antioch. So I'm a community guy. And I'm like, okay, why can't we have six-figure opportunities? That's what I do. I can make it happen. I'm just saying to you, Mayor, that every time I go to one of the departments, I don't get any calls back. Why not? I'm just asking that question. I want you to recognize that Chris over there, this guy is amazing, and the rest of my team is amazing, and I'm gonna make sure I keep coming until I see the problem being solved. So.
Thank you, Derek.
Next speaker is Ann Jenks, followed by Frank Sterling and Devin Williams.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ann Jenks. I'm with Urban Strategies Council, and I was part of a team that worked on the community engagement and survey and developing the implementation report that became the Angelo Quinto Community Response Team. One of the first things that I did in Antioch, and I recommend to anybody who's interested in the types of emergency calls that you get, is I did a sit-along with dispatch, where you just spend several hours listening to the calls that they get and how they handle them. And when I described the team that we were thinking about to the dispatchers and asked them their opinion, they started articulating the types of calls that need a response but don't need police. And one of the things they mentioned is Friday and Saturday night noise complaints. So I was pretty excited when I was listening to a video of a response team presentation where they said their single most common call on Friday and Saturday are noise complaints. Because it kind of indicates that it's working. It's taking exactly the type of low-level calls and removing them from the police. One of the challenges for programs generally is that where you're saving the money in police and fire isn't where you're funding the program necessarily. And that's too bad, because it would be much easier if you could see the money you were saving. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next speaker is Frank Sterling, followed by Devin Williams.
Before you start my time, can I just say that I don't think you should limit us to 1 minute and 30 seconds, because this is all we get. Just 3 minutes.
All right.
For the
Thank you,
community.
Frank.
And at the end, having 3 minutes, I think it's unfair to the people that are here at the beginning. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I wanted to get that off the chest. I'm here too to support the Angelo Quinto Crisis Response Team. I did come out last time and I got my shirt on. And I too had to call the number one time, 911. I had to jump through some hoops to get the crisis response team, but it served an important purpose in a family members in my life, which I would not want to have the police in that situation. And I think when you hear the community, I know not everybody got a lot of time. I've seen some people had prepared statements that they probably timed for 3 minutes, but I think it's still clear even tonight on the second part of the meeting that this crisis response team is very important. And again, I know that all the police chiefs that we had in the past supported. I hope that when these guys get up that they will express their feelings for the crisis response team. And I hope they're positive. I believe they would be. And so I just wanted to put it out there that I have personally used it myself. And also before the crisis response team was enabled, I probably won't have enough time, but something happened in my neighborhood where I chose not to call the police on somebody shouting and running through my neighborhood. But a few minutes later, I heard the sirens. And what I saw after that was terrible to me, how they held him down and put him in a restraint hold. And they were coming out with the yellow straps to strap him up. So I think this is a very important aspect of our community Department of Public Safety and Community Resources, and I hope you could fully fund it still. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
Next speaker is Devin Williams, followed by Al Gilbert.
Good evening, council and community, city staff. Devin Williams, just here to kind of echo what everyone was saying about the response team. Thank you, Rika, for everything you said, and also the representatives from Felton Institute and everyone who supports this response team. Let's find what we got to find to keep it going. I mean, this is essential for our community, as we now know. Whether it's 8,000 calls or 10,000 or 20,000 calls, it's something that is essential, and we need it in every city in Contra Costa County, let alone California. Also, I mean, I'm kind of hurt to hear that the Council of Teens budget might be cut. That we always complain, there's nothing for our youth to do. There's nothing for our youth to do. I've been working with the Bridge Builders Group, and we're going to doors talking to people about how to be prepared for a natural disaster. And people don't even answer their doors sometimes, but yet they're complaining that youth are out here roaming the streets doing nothing, terrorizing. It's such a contradiction that makes no sense. And at this time, when the council has an opportunity to either expand, cut the budget for youth program, it makes no sense. Same thing with the response team. I'm just speaking off the cuff because yesterday was Angelo Quinto's birthday. He should have been here, and the reason why we have, thank you. And I don't know if his mom or her stepfather's here, but you know, it's just something that shouldn't have happened. We're here today defending it because we need it. it's an essential need in this community of Black and brown people, and in our white community as well, and other races. So I'm just saying we need to keep it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Devin.
Next speaker is Al Gilbert and Gavin Payton.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. I hope that Antioch is really proud of what they've accomplished this last year and what was represented in the reports that were given by the city staff. I know as a fact, we talked, I think in the last meeting, that we had a chance to speak in Minnesota to police departments across the country because they were so impressed with the data that comes out about the work, what we do and how we respond. And the national monitor is the one who arranged for us to speak because she said what was happening here was not paralleled in any of the other cities. And so we had a chance to speak to many other cities. I want to also thank the staff because I don't think that people understand what it feels like to go into communities, into complicated situations, Friday, Saturday, in the most challenging parts of the city, and without any protection, and they respond. And they respond because they've been trained up, so we have medical directors that teach them how to address situations and how to de-escalate and how to do wraparound services. I also want to reiterate that everybody, all those responses were because somebody called 911. And so I think it's really important to understand that all of the dispatches were done by police dispatch who sent us out. And I'm really happy that they use us so rigorously because we respond to at least 6 times the calls that Macro does in the city of Oakland.
Thank you, Al. This will be our last speaker. This will be our last speaker for this portion of the meeting.
Gavin Payton, and then the rest of the speaker cards will be carried over to the next public comment session.
Good evening. So the time is cut. Interesting. So I'll keep my comments brief. So last time we came, you guys were talking about possibly cutting youth services. So when is so are you gonna plan on putting something else on for youth to do? Like what's the plan for youth and the youth services out here? Because there's the main complaint that youth are on the streets, youth are not doing anything, but yet the youth came out the last meeting and showed up and showed out and spoke up and was not only active, but showed that they care about this city because they live here too. Again, we're just the taxpayers that also pays for the city. And it's also funny how, you know, that some of the stuff that goes on that trickles over to other cities, but no one wants to care about that and talk about youth. And instead of bringing down youth, why can't we lift them up? And if they're not going to be, if you're going to cut the youth programs, give it to their education. Put it into some scholarships. Give it to us or some resources. Like, tell us what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. All right, that concludes our public comments for this portion of the meeting. I'd like to request that we suspend the rules and move item 2 proclamations to the next item on the agenda, please.
Second.
Motion and second, please cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, so we have 3 proclamations tonight. One is in honor of World War II United States Navy veteran George Jones' 100th birthday. The second one's the American Red Cross Month, March 2024, and the third is the National Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month, or excuse me, March 2025. Last one was March 2025 also. So I will read off the proclamations. If Mr. Jones, or is anybody here representing the Red Cross tonight? No, and is anybody here representing National Drug Prescription? Okay, thank you. So we'll read these off first. If you'd like to make a comment after they're read, and then we'll come forward and present them to you individually. So thank you. So the first proclamation is honoring George Jones, a Navy veteran, on his 100th birthday, March 8th, 2025 is his 100th birthday. Whereas George Jones was born on March 8th, 2025, and has dedicated his life to serving his community and country. Whereas George Jones graduated from Mount Diablo High School and during a time of global conflict enlisted in the United States Navy to support the war effort in World War II. Whereas during his service in the Pacific Theater, George played a crucial role in loading and unloading vital cargo, contributing to the success of military operations. Whereas George was stationed on the recently liberated island of Guam, where U.S. forces fought valiantly to reclaim the island from enemy occupation at a cost of over 7,000 American lives. Whereas after his honorable service, George Jones returned to Antioch, California, where he worked at U.S. Steel as an inspector in the sheet and tin mill, and later contributed to the community at Tri-Delta. Whereas George Jones has lived a life of service, hard work, and dedication, embodying the values of patriotism, community, and perseverance, and is a beloved member of the Antioch community. Whereas the city of Antioch and its veterans community are proud to recognize and honor George Jones on the occasion of his 100th birthday, celebrating his incredible legacy and contributions to our nation and to our city. Now, therefore, I, Ron Burnell, Mayor of the City of Antioch, do hereby salute, commend, and honor George Jones for his dedication, commitment, and positive influence to our community and the veterans in the City of Antioch.
If you're a veteran and you want to come down here, you can come down with Mr. George.
I want to thank all of you for this day. I've been around for a little while, and I have lived a long life, and most of it's been right here in Antioch. And I've been doing pretty good. I worked 40-some years in the steel mill, and I have improved that mill so much that they had to take it to China. Yeah, I went to work there, and I went and I became an inspector, and I was well liked, and everybody liked me, and I like everybody. And I want to say thank you for letting me live in this city, and I had no problems.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. And we'll recruit some better singers for next time.
Anybody got any questions?
No. Oh, yeah. Okay, you want to go down to that? Yeah.
Hey, we have the state commander for the DAV came all the way down for this too, as well. Mr. Skoda and his lovely wife. He was also Admiral Nimitz' right hand. Yeah.
All right, our next proclamation is for American Red Cross Month, March 2025. Whereas March is American Red Cross Month, when we recognize the compassion of people in the city of Antioch and renew our commitment to lend a helping hand to our neighbors in need. Whereas the American Red Cross volunteers have stepped up to deliver relief and care across our country and around the world, bringing out the best of humanity in times of crisis, as Clara Barton, founder of the American Red Cross, did over 140 years ago. Whereas the volunteers, blood and platelet donors, and supporters shine a beacon of hope in its people's darkest hours, delivering shelter, food, and comfort during disasters, providing critical blood donations for hospital patients, supporting service members, veterans, and their families, saving lives with first aid, CPR, AED, and other skills, or delivering international aid and reconnecting loved ones separated by global crisis. Whereas with 982 volunteers in Contra Costa County, the American Red Cross assisted or responded to 94 disasters, assisted 204 families, and through our Sound the Alarm program, the American Red Cross installed 846 smoke alarms, making 262 homes safer, and trained 1,876 youth and adults through the Pillowcase Project and preparedness programs. Whereas Contra Costa County residents donated 17,356 units of life-saving blood, hosted 520 blood drives, and trained 11,808 citizens in first aid, CPR, AED, and aquatics, provided 463 case services to military members and their families, and provided humanitarian aid internationally. And whereas this work to uplift our community is made possible by those who selflessly answer the call to help whenever and wherever it is needed. We hereby recognize this month of March in honor of their remarkable service, and we ask everyone to join in their commitment to care for one another. Now, therefore, I, Ron Burnell, Mayor of the City of Antioch, hereby proclaim that March 2025 is American Red Cross Month, and we encourage all residents to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. All right. And our last proclamation is National Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month, March 2025. Whereas March is recognized as Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month, bringing attention to the serious issue of prescription drug misuse and its impact on individuals, families, and communities, including here in the city of Antioch. Whereas while prescription medications such as opioids, sedatives, and stimulants can be effective when used as directed by a healthcare provider, their misuse can lead to severe health consequences, including addiction, overdose, impaired judgment, and increased risks such as impaired driving, infectious diseases, and complications during pregnancy. Whereas prescription opioid addiction remains a significant public health crisis, with as many as 1 in 4 patients receiving long-term opioid therapy in a primary care setting developing opioid use disorder. Whereas prescription opioid overdoses frequently involve benzodiazepines, which are central nervous system depressants used to treat anxiety and sleep disorders. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention advises against combining these substances whenever possible due to the heightened risk of overdose. Whereas Contra Costa County experienced 176 opioid-related overdose deaths, 407 opioid-related emergency department visits, and the distribution of 447,583 opioid prescriptions, resulting in a prescription rate of 307 per 1,000 residents, which remains higher than the state average. Whereas synthetic opioids, particularly fentanyl, as well as stimulants like methamphetamines, continue to be primary drivers of drug overdose deaths across the nation. Whereas the City of Antioch encourages community members to take proactive steps to prevent prescription drug misuse by safely storing medications, properly disposing of unused or expired prescriptions, and raising awareness about the dangers of misuse and overdose. Whereas the Contra Costa County Medication, Education, and Disposal Safety Coalition works diligently to engage residents in Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month activities to promote education, prevention, and community action. Whereas the City of Antioch's Public Safety and Community Resources Department will host its first opioid awareness event, March 26, 2025. Now, therefore, I, Ron Burnell, Mayor of the City of Antioch, hereby proclaim the month of March 2025 and each following March to be Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month in the City of Antioch. Can we please have the recipient come on down?
Mayor, I believe we have Mariela Sonding. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Mariela. I'm the coordinator for the Contra Costa County Meds Coalition. Thank you, Mayor Bernal and the City Council members, for proclaiming March as Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month. As many of us know, prescription drugs can be helpful in treating many physical and mental illnesses, but unfortunately, these medications are also easily misused and can lead to addiction and even overdose. We have lost one too many community members to drugs, and so we use this month to strongly encourage residents of Contra Costa to properly dispose of their expired and unwanted prescriptions. We also encourage the community to not only equip themselves with the knowledge of prescription drug abuse, but to know the signs of overdose and learn how to respond with naloxone or Narcan and save someone's life. The more we talk openly about this issue, the more likely we save people from overdose. Since July of 2024, the Meds Coalition has educated over 1,500 community members and distributed over 800 Narcan overdose rescue kits throughout the community. We continue this important outreach to ensure the safety and health of our community members. Lastly, I want to echo that we are having our Opioid Awareness Community Forum on Wednesday, March 26th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Antioch Community Center. This is an opportunity for everyone to participate in a community discussion about overdose, learn about fentanyl, and receive free Narcan and overdose rescue training. On behalf of the Meds Coalition, I want to thank you all again for proclaiming March as Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month, and I hope to see you all on March 26th.
All right, thank you. Yeah, go ahead and stay down there and we'll come down and, oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to make a
I'd
comment?
like to move approval of all three proclamations.
Yes.
Second.
Oh, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, if we could go down and take a picture, please.
Trying to brush the microphone. All right, ready, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on that item?
We do not have any public comment on proclamations.
All right, thank you. Moving back to item number 1, City Council 90-day request list discussion on the creation of a homeless, unhoused ad hoc committee.
Thank you so much,
City Manager
Mayor
Scott, thank you.
and City Council. This item comes back from our last meeting. It's a request from the February 2025 90-day request list that was added at the end of the council meeting. This item is to explore the possible creation of a council ad hoc committee to strategize with like-minded coalitions around strategic and sustainable approaches to addressing homelessness and increasing services provision for our unhoused population and community here in Antioch. The staff report includes 2 items from our previous discussions in the city on homelessness, including a focused strategies report of December 2023 that laid out a homelessness investment strategic plan and directions from the council in 2021 regarding 3-pronged approach to homelessness. So we're asking for you all to discuss this item and provide direction to city staff regarding standing up this ad hoc committee for the purpose and discussing the parameters and duration of such a committee. In November, I will point out that I asked the staff to stand up a task force to include 2 Antioch council members, one being the mayor or mayor pro tem, the Director of Public Safety and Community Resources, City Manager, our CDBG and Housing Consultant, Terry, who's gone, our Deputy Director of Public Works, our Chief of Police, a member of Code Enforcement, a member of the Encampment Task Force, 2 CBOs that are homeless services providers, a county supervisor, the school board, our County McKinney-Vento representative, a pastor from faith-based organization, mental health organization, and a representative for one of our medical facilities, whether it's Sutter Delta or Kaiser Permanente.
All right, thank you for that report. Do we have any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
I have 4 speaker cards. The first speaker I have is Samantha Pedraza Lindsay, Maddox Pedraza, and Rika Davis Sheard. I do not see the first 2, so Rika.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time. I would just like to point out a couple of things. If you haven't taken the time, I'm sure you all have because it's a staff report, but community, if you have not taken the time to read the very first paragraph that City Manager Scott wrote in this line item, I implore you to read it because it addresses some things that I think that we as a community look over, some systematic things that are the cause of a lot of homelessness or almost all homelessness. I'd also like to point out that City Manager Scott and Council, I would love to see a couple of things added to this committee, a couple of seats added to this committee, excuse me. One of which are folks who are and have experienced homelessness. I think it's really important to get the input from people who have been in this city, not just the people that are serving them, but the people who have been served by them. So that way we can get an accurate account from somebody, say like Nancy over here, that can say, no, I've had my things taken. And this is the impact that it's had on me. So I went to the showers, I got a new outfit, I got an ID voucher, I got some breakfast, I got some mental health care, I got some physical health care. And when I went back to my encampment, everything I had was gone. And now I'm starting, not only am I starting over, I'm starting way over. Because I was going to a job interview, and I got that job, and now I can't go because I don't have an ID, and I don't have any clean clothes to wear, right? So if we can add some folks from the community that have experience with this, I would love to see that. I'd also love to see some trauma-informed care be mentioned. We cannot we cannot go forward and act as if every single day people experience on the streets is not traumatic. Additionally, when people are on the streets, a lot of times it stems from having trauma in their life. And then let's see here. I would like to note that if we have a pastor or faith leader, that they be involved in the homeless community directly and not just someone who's been longstanding in the community. A lot of churches, that's not their focus. They may do food giveaway, which doesn't have anything to do with serving people who are unhoused. Still important, we need food giveaways, but not necessarily here. And then also I'd like to be able to mention that I think it's really important that we talk a little bit about a transition from being unhoused to living on the street. We can't expect people just to throw on a pair of khakis and go to work. And they've been on the streets for 5 to 10 years. And HUD no longer provides finances for supportive services. So even with the encampment resolution funds that we got, when those people transition, I hope that the RFQ goes out and people that is in there, because HUD is no longer providing those. So transition is very hard for people. Thank you.
Thank you, Rika.
Next speaker is Al Gilbert. That concludes the speaker cards I have. Oh, okay. Nicole?
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Rika. That was amazing. So yeah, speaking on the ad hoc, I would recommend, and I don't know if you, Ms. Walker or Wilson, if you guys have thought about this. I'm saying that when I remembered Ms. Walker, you first going on council, and there was so many community members that were disgusted by the 8th Street area and how you literally came out, got advocates involved, went out there, talked to the actual folks that were in this area, actually set up a Zoom meeting with the unhoused resident coordinator, code enforcement. I think there maybe have been some people on the police department, advocates, all that stuff. You just truly are compassionate when it comes to our folks that are living on our streets and struggling. So if you haven't considered this committee, or if it is even possible, I would hope that you would be one that could be on it. And Ms. Wilson, just speaking to you over the years, dealing with human trafficking, just having us both talk about, you know, how it, we both kind of experience the same thing sometimes when it comes to, you know, trying to help and trying to serve the unhoused community and what you deal with as well. And so I see how compassionate you are about just people in general. So I want to say that because I would hope that you guys would be involved, or you ladies would be involved when it comes to this committee. I do want to say, I want to kind of sneak in here that I have had, and I reached out to your office to earlier today, Chief V. Hill, and I think Tasha, your office too today, because we have had a lot of unhoused sweeps, some homeless sweeps, a lot, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. Speaking of the mental health crisis response team, actually went out with the Quintos yesterday to honor Angelo Quinto's birthday. They wanted to celebrate his birthday yesterday, so we went out and we served the unhoused community. When we got to Amtrak, we were like, we've never seen it like this. Sweep after sweep after sweep. People are complaining. People are saying everything they have is being taken away. I don't know, but they are saying that when the officers go out there, that they're saying that it's the city manager. So I don't know if who's directing you or what's going. That's just what I heard. But I'm just saying, I'm hoping that you are on it and that we don't have people that are not compassionate. So I'm just gonna ask you directly, is it you? Are you directing her to get rid of these encampments that are all over the city, including the ones that are not in your district? Are you, Mayor, directing people to get her to get rid of people that are not in your, or actually it's not your district, but all over the city? This is happening everywhere. Is it you that's telling people to get rid of homeless encampments that are in the city, displacing people? Rocha?
Thank you, Nicole.
Good luck with the committee.
Next speaker is Andrew Becker.
Thank you. I received a call today from Officer Brian Armstrong with BNSF Railroad, who is on the homelessness task force for the railroad. And in previous conversations I'd had with Deputy Chief Israel Salazar, the railroad, both BNSF and Union Pacific, are looking to engage with local entities and help to support on their right-of-ways, but they feel that there is a disconnect. And so as this ad hoc is created, I'm hoping that city staff is engaging to these other entities as well. I don't know if necessarily bringing them on the task force, that would be a heavy mandate for them across all of the jurisdictions that they're serving, but really engaging them through that, making agendas available to them, allowing for input, you know, I think is really important. You know, when we look at, and that's just not for our railroads, right? That's East Bay Mud, you know, Contra Costa Water District, right? We have all of these different entities that are struggling with these encampments as well, and do have individuals within these organizations that are compassionate, are engaging, are committed, but don't understand what the community's needs are or how they can help serve them. So I would encourage the city to reach out to Deputy Chief Israel Salazar with BNSF, and specifically Officer Brian Armstrong, who serves this jurisdiction, to include them in those conversations of the ad hoc committee's formation and see what their level of engagement would look like through that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do not have any more public speaker cards.
Mr. Mayor, it might it'd be helpful to have the city manager actually talk about the staff report and what she's requesting.
Sure, I can. I just want to thank Councilmember Freitas and Mrs. Davis Sheard for holding me accountable for these words. I said I was going to read it into the record, and I cut it short because I was trying to get to the conversation. So I want to say that it is noted that the entire city is impacted by the lack of addressing the needs of the most marginalized within our community. And as a collective, we should compassionately and intentionally address the root cause issues impacting those in Antioch who are at risk of being unhoused or are currently or intermittently experiencing homelessness. This is a devastating social problem that reflects broader systemic failures and social inequalities which diminish us all. By extending aid to our unhoused residents, the city commits to our values, which includes upholding the inherent dignity of every person in Antioch, while we reaffirm the principle of caring for one another across our community. Homelessness often stems from complex systemic issues, including poverty, lack of affordable housing, mental health challenges, and substance use disorders. I would like to approach this conversation knowing that we do believe in equity, and I would encourage a housing first principle and harm reduction model as we talk about the discussion and form the task force. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Scott, any comments from council on this?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you, City Manager Scott, and your words, because I do agree we need to take a holistic and trauma-informed approach to this, so I thank you for that. My question is in regards to the list of members, which I want to make sure that people are included, but I don't want the committee to get so large that nothing gets done. Because I really would like this committee to come back with actionable, holistic solutions. And really, we can get out of the habit of sweeps. I get that calls are made, and then a sweep happens, and then individuals are pushed from one neighborhood to the next, to the next, to the next, and we're not really solving the problem. We're pushing it along. So I'm hoping that we really come up with, as you're saying, housing first, with resources to be able to help somebody transition from being unhoused to being stabilized, whether it's getting them back to their family or getting them into jobs or getting them to housing, that we think about that. But going back to this list, I would like to see both of our county supervisors on this committee. I think both of their voices need to be heard because they both represent two sides of the city. I'm glad you did mention both Sutter Delta and Kaiser, because I didn't see Kaiser on that. And definitely we need somebody on here with lived experience. Yes, I'm looking forward to the work that this committee is going to do, noting it's 6 months, because ad hocs can only be 6 months, that hopefully in 6 months' time we will have, hopefully sooner than that, some type of I don't want to say plan, but some type of actionable plan that we can help those that are on the streets, because these are somebody's children or parent or husband or wife or cousin or sister. And, how can we help them? And then understanding that there are there are going to be those that may say, no, I don't need any help. I'm good as I am. So I'm just looking forward to this committee and the results that's going to come back. And noting it's not going to happen overnight. The solution is not going to happen overnight, but it's a step in the right direction.
All right, any other comments?
Yeah, I can.
Yes, sure.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report. I'm familiar with the actual strategic plan that was created. Most of us should be, the public probably isn't, but most of us should be. And we actually spent a lot of money on this consultant. When I first came to council, a lot of what the public was saying was like, we're spending all of this money on a consultant to give us all of these recommendations, and what then? So what and it's not just germane to Antioch, is what I've experienced. Government agencies will hire consultants. These consultants get paid thousands, if not millions of dollars to create all of these reports. And then the reports go on the shelf and nothing happens with the recommendation. The reports get dusty, and then you go through 3 cycles of city council and elections, and then people are coming back saying we need to do something, but people spent thousands of dollars on a report that none of the recommendations got moved forward, right? So this is not something that like I want to see in my lifetime on this council. Like, I think if we're gonna spend money on consultants, and I believe this contract was renewed a couple times, that we'd actually put some of this into practice, and I think that's what the city manager is trying to do. Yes, we do. I was actually gonna say what Council Member Wilson said, is that we do have 2 county supervisors, Supervisor Burgess as well as Supervisor Chanel Scales Preston, with Supervisor Burgess actually holding 80% of the electoral votes in Antioch, should actually be sending a representative to this ad hoc, if not showing up herself. I understand the comment Rika made about a faith, if we have a faith-based organization or a faith leader, because not every faith leader is a pastor. So I think we have to be very conscious that not every faith leader is a pastor. They're a minister. There are other people inside of a faith community that could participate. So I don't want us to get stuck on the demand to have a pastor at the table. And if that was the case, I also get what Rika was saying, is like, if you are focused on a pastor, hopefully a pastor with a background in trauma-informed care and mental health. I agree with having an impacted person. As a formerly incarcerated person myself, an organization that is ran by people impacted by incarceration, criminalization, people closest to the pain often have the solutions. I definitely agree with having somebody who's directly impacted at that table. And I also just wanted to raise up that I know that the conversation around a regional approach to this issue has consistently come up in the city of Antioch. We've been trying to do our part on our own, and I think we should keep doing our part. But I'm also wondering what is gonna be the approach coming out of this ad hoc committee to actually partner with the neighbors closest to us around this issue, which I'm assuming will be Oakley and Pittsburgh. Well, Brentwood don't want to associate with Antioch, but we'll put Brentwood there too. We don't want to leave them out. So Brentwood, Pittsburgh, and Oakley. Like, what are the conversations that are going to be had about how we aren't pushing people from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, and because that's an issue too, especially with all of the encampments along. People stand alongside freeways and like all of this other stuff. So what is the conversation with Caltrans? What is the conversation with all of these like independent property owners? Also, what is the conversation about? So I see you have Terry House here for like recommendations and advice on funding, but we also have community members since I've been on this council who have brought home keys several times and other opportunities for funding to actually build housing facilities, which we lack in East Contra Costa for individuals who are unhoused. So I wouldn't just limit yourself to the knowledge of our CDBG consultant on the opportunities for funding. I don't remember when it was, but at a city council meeting, I remember outlining that there are shelters, like 2 shelters in Central County. There are several shelters in West County. We do not have congregate shelter here in East County at all, which is why I'm assuming the hotel models came up as an option. I also would suggest getting into contact with the Council on Homelessness and having some conversations with them. I know they have meetings. I know they talk about resources, and that's also at the county level. So seeing what that conversation is gonna be like. I despised ad hocs. And when I first came, the reason why was because council members would use ad hoc meetings for their pet projects with developers. And since they don't need to be publicly noticed, they could have those meetings in secret. And so I was like, if we're gonna have an ad hoc committee, even though it's not Brown Act compliant, I would still make it a public meeting, or as much of the public be involved. I've never had an ad hoc committee, been on an ad hoc committee as a council member that was not open to the public to engage since I've been here. And so I don't know what that would look like. I know that most ad hoc committees can run for 6 months, as Councilwoman Wilson laid out, but you can also come and ask for an additional 6 months. So they can run up to 12 months before it actually has to become a standing committee with a new vision. And so I would say that, you know, it could be a potential that it's not just a 6-month process, but I also don't want to get stuck in a cycle of dialogue with no results. And I also would like for city staff to make as much effort as possible to make sure that the public is aware of these meetings, even if they don't show up.
Thank you. Do you have any comments?
I was just going to add that in reviewing the document, I was impressed. It's a well-written document. I think it was an investment. And by looking at the objectives 1, 2, and 3, it's clear that the city has taken steps in the direction of trying to meet the objectives. There's still work to do, but I was impressed with just reading the document before we came in tonight and looking at what the city has been working towards accomplishing and how that aligns with these objectives that are stated in here.
All right, thank you. And I would just like to say, I appreciate all the comments. The reason that I recommended this is because this is probably Antioch's most important subject as far as what we're doing about our homeless population. We have many competing opinions. We have the governor stating that all the homeless need to be off of state right-of-way and need to be moved on from wherever they are right now, and that he will withhold funding if we don't do that. We have the Amtrak folks that we're meeting with saying that there's not to be homeless around the Amtrak station. And so we have people that are providing all kinds of different input to us while we're, in the example of Amtrak, trying to make sure that we keep our Amtrak station open. And so we have competing interests, and the goal of this ad hoc is to try to sift through the different things that are being required by the different agencies and make sure that there's a clear understanding of the city council, the community, and the homeless folks and the folks that are working with the homeless. So that's one thing I just want to say. I also want to say that this ad hoc would not only be for the purpose of the task force, but it would also include other meetings that would be outside of that would be to your point, Councilmember Torres Walker, about having a regional discussion about homelessness, because this is a regional issue that Antioch is dealing with, because we have 20 to 25% of the county's homeless here in Antioch. So that's a larger proportion. We have 10% of the population and 20 to 25% of the homeless population. So that's really important that our county partners understand that this is a regional issue. This is not just about Antioch trying to solve this on our own. And then beyond that, it's a matter of, and I know that City Manager Scott has been working really hard on home key funding and things like that. It's a matter of making sure that we're pursuing the funding, because as we all know, we could sit and talk about homelessness all day long, but without money, and we just saw $6.8 million is going to help house 30 to 50 people. Well, this is a much bigger situation in Antioch, where we have, at the last point in time count, 434 people, and I expect in the next one that we'll get the results in a couple months, even more than that. So this is a very big subject that is going to take very big resources, but I believe that this discussion needs to start sooner than later, and we all need to try to work together on solutions, and for Antioch specifically, because every community is different. So I would just like to say that, and that's the reason I brought this forward. And just frankly, this is a very difficult subject for the community and for the council to work on and pursue, because there are not any easy solutions or easy things that we can do. We all know that. And so I just want to make sure that at the end of 6 months, folks will realize that, you know, trying to get together that group of people, and if we add more to it, we know what it's like trying to organize a meeting. It might take 6 months to get everybody together for one meeting. But the goal is to try to get meetings scheduled on a regular basis, and whoever can make it to be invited and come to make it to those meetings. And so, so that's the reason behind it. I would like to make a recommendation that Mayor Pro Tem Rocha sit on this this ad hoc with me. And so, I don't know if anybody would like to make a motion to that extent.
Mr. Mayor, before you do that, can I just raise it? It's really a practical question, and that is the selection of this committee. Some of the members are called out specifically, some are not. The mayor has one power that the rest of the council does not have, and that is to nominate people to boards and commissions, ad hoc, and things of that sort. So the question I have, I think the recommendations that have come from the audience itself to expand, I think, are good. The practical issue that I think we need to have some discussion is, how are we going to recruit these people for consideration, because they'll need to be approved by the council as an ad hoc committee. So the practical approach, we have 16 people listed. I do think the railroad representatives is a very good suggestion, if not members, at least that they are informed of all of our meetings, all the materials and things of that sort. I think Kaiser is absolutely something that should be added. I agree with Commissioner Torres Walker. It's a faith-based organization, doesn't necessarily need to be a pastor. And I think having homeless who have had experience of being homeless is important, as well as transition, as well as providing care. So the committee is now getting close to about 20 people, but there is a practical issue, and I don't want it to stop the progress going forward of how the recruitment is going to happen.
Yeah, and so my understanding, and City Manager Scott, you can correct me, is that the ad hoc is going to be independent of the task force. The task force is going to operate on its own. The ad hoc will operate independent of it, but be a part of that discussion. The two members will be a part of that task force. Is that correct?
All right, so there's going to be,
So if
Wait
you
a
look,
minute.
just for clarification, we're talking about two different things.
So
one is the task force, and one is the ad hoc committee.
Correct. So the task force is going to be an ongoing discussion with this group of people relating to homelessness. The ad hoc is going to be part of that task force, but also having discussions outside of it, say with the mayors and leaders of other people in the community, supervisors, people that would provide funding, things like that. So to me, they're two separate entities. The ad hoc serves as a place for meetings of those type to occur.
Well, then I guess I'm looking for some clarification, because this agenda item says to discuss on the creation of a homeless and unhoused ad hoc committee. We just spent our time discussing a task force and not an ad hoc. That's what we did. So I think, like,
yeah, it's both.
well, is there anything that is saying
Yeah,
what
sorry about that.
the duty of the ad hoc would be? The goals, the mission, the vision, the out.
I think,
like, none
no,
of
so I just want to point out, so in looking at the resources that the city has already spent on 2 strategic plans, which have been pretty expensive, I think Focus Strategies was over $500,000. So crosswalking the objectives and activities, as well as the plan and strategy, on page 11, objective 3, number 2, it said to create and lead a City of Antioch Homelessness and Housing Resource Task Force, including the Contra Costa Housing Authority, Community Development Department, local nonprofit and faith-based organizations, and other key partners. And so in coming up with the recommendation, I realized that this was already recommended to the city. So the ad hoc that was requested on the 90-day list goes hand in hand because we need council members to be on the task force if they want, so that we can force multiplier efforts, because a lot of times we'd have to come back to you all anyway. So,
I'm just saying that that's actually like not how an ad hoc works. You, like the ad hoc, we would need a resolution to
Yeah, I
establish the
understand
ad
that.
hoc. We need to know how long the ad hoc is gonna meet, what period of time, what is the goal of the ad hoc, what will they be working on during that time, and then at that point, the mayor would propose either him or herself or anybody else to be voted on to be appointed to the ad hoc. And so I'm just a little, I'm trying to figure out, because we don't have, so really there's no action except for, I'm assuming, Mayor, the request is that staff would actually go back, draft up a resolution to establish the ad hoc, and then would come back to this council to actually vote to establish that ad hoc and the individuals who would be appointed to the ad hoc. So we would clearly understand what it is, who's getting appointed to it, and what it will be working on for the next 6 months. And at the same time, the city manager would be bringing back a resolution to establish a task force? Because they're two different, they're not the same. They're not the same.
yeah. So for me, yes, however you would like to do it, the two can work part and parcel. If you want to combine them, whatever you want to do, I'm staffing on my side. So I know that there's specific needs and how to set up the ad hoc committee, and that's fine. So if you want to direct me to do that, that's also, I can bring that back.
I just think that we're talked about a task force, and then we talked about an ad hoc committee, but we don't have any of that information. And in order to establish either the task force for a limited amount of time or the ad hoc, if you wanted to be under the council powers, we would need a resolution to do that. Now, if you just want to go go with God, establish this task force and let us know what's coming out of it, then I don't think that requires a resolution to establish it. But for the ad hoc, that actually does require. So I'm just like not confused anymore, because I'm like, why are we talking about the task force when we're supposed to be talking about ad hoc? But I'm sure, I just wanted to like lay out the technical process, and hopefully that's what comes back.
Yes, thank you so
for
much.
us to move forward.
And I don't want to duplicate efforts. I'd like to get it straight. So what would you like us to do? Because I don't want to waste any more of my staff time in terms of having a task force if the same people are going to sit on the ad hoc.
Mr. Mayor, I agree. I don't want to create chaos and confusion, and it seems like we're walking down that road. So I would suggest that we direct staff with you and the city manager to outline the task force and what their duties and responsibilities, what their goals, what their objectives, how to measure success, and the ad hoc. So it's crystal clear, you know. Will I try again? Sure. It's crystal clear that whose responsibility, what the subject matter is, and things of that sort, because we just don't want to create finger pointing and chaos. The subject matter is too important. And I do believe that the task force may be more oriented to a sub-regional approach, where the ad hoc is more in our community. That's how I read some of the reports that we have had. And I would suggest that we clarify and draw very strong lines between the two. Doesn't mean that the task force can't provide a report to the ad hoc or vice versa. I'm just saying that the two should be separate.
Well, just for clarification, the way the Mayor Bernal explained the ad hoc was that it would be an ad hoc would be a council of two individuals at his recommendation, himself and Mayor Pro Tem Rocha, to go around and talk to other mayors and other people and funders. So they will be doing the same thing as the task, I mean, like, because if say the task force decides to have a discussion about a regional approach, the Board of Supervisors are already being requested to be there. I'm assuming a regional conversation is gonna come up there, so I'm confused about what would the duties be of the ad hoc, because it's still not laid out here.
Yeah, and that's why I'm asking the mayor and the city manager to come back to us in 2 weeks and to clearly articulate the two. And I'm sure there is going to be overlap. I mean, but I do believe the task force, as I understood, was more of a sub-regional with Pittsburgh, Antioch, Oakley, Brentwood County unincorporated, special districts and things of that sort, and funders and things of that sort. But as I read this, and I read the material, the focus seems to be more focused on the city of Antioch. And I think that if you two can get together and articulate that, that's great. And then I go back to my original question, is how are people being chosen? Are we advertising, or, 20 people is a big group. And we have some that are identified, some that are not. And I don't think we need to debate that tonight, but I think it is an issue that you need to come back to us and have a discussion and help us, because I agree, the bottom line, we have to clearly articulate both roles.
Yeah, so I'm glad we're having this discussion, because the task force, to me, was more locally oriented with the people that are on here, and the ad hoc was going to be both local but also regional. So,
Whatever you decide.
right, and I just want to make sure before we leave, and the city manager and I work on this together, that we clarify that part of it.
Yeah, that's fine if I use the wrong terminology. If I use the wrong terminology, I apologize.
Okay.
If ad hoc is more the sub-regional and the task force is this group, that's fine. Whatever is correct.
And I just
But I guess I'm asking for you and the city manager to help us.
Absolutely.
To understand the two.
And the goal of this is, everybody's really busy and has limited resources, and so the goal is not to have this be ineffective by any means. And so there's just a lot of moving parts in Antioch, and I think it's important to bring those all together for the council and the community to understand. So, yes.
And I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, and I know we're talking about the ad hoc and the task force. As I'm thinking about the task force and thinking about things that have been said, I would highly recommend Councilmember Torres Walker be one of the two, due to the experiences that she's had on the ground with a lot of these groups, and her experiences with a lot of these other members of her connections. I would seriously, and I'm sorry, I'm nothing against you, but it's just her experience. I would think she would be a really good choice to be in that committee and be in that seat for us.
Well, just to clarify, we're talking about two different bodies.
Well, I'm talking about the task force.
So I will be more than ad hoc. I don't know. But the task force, I would be more than happy to participate in the task force, given that the ad hoc and the task force are two separate bodies. However, what is still confusing about this is that the mayor is requesting that himself and Mayor Pro Tem Rocha be appointed to the ad hoc committee, his ad hoc committee. And then this task force is requesting 2 council members, one being the mayor. So I'm more than happy to participate with the mayor in the task force, while the mayor and council vice mayor, Rocha, Mayor Pro Tem Vice Mayor Louis Rocha, is on the ad hoc. I'm more than happy to do that.
Yeah,
All right. Thank you, everybody, for your input. Yeah, this is so clear. All right. So I think the city manager and I have clear direction on exactly what we will bring back in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
So thank you.
And I just want to make sure everybody knows we have an appointed seat on the Council on Homelessness, and I want to give a shout out to Supervisor Burgess, who made sure to have her staff call our offices to make sure that maybe one of these supervisor suggestions would be her office. So people are looking, they are interested, and I'm grateful for them wanting to help Antioch.
All right. We will take a 5-minute break until 8:45. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Madam Clerk, can you please take the roll?
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Councilmember Torres Walker.
Present.
Councilmember Freitas.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Rocha.
Here.
Mayor Bernal.
Here.
All members present at 8:48 p.m.
All right, we are on to announcements of civic and community events.
I have 3 people wishing to speak. The first speaker is Rika Davis Sheard, followed by Tom Hartrick and Joshua Price.
Hi, everyone. Are you guys tired of me yet? Thank you. My name is Rika Davis Sheard. I am the founder and executive director of Share Community, and I wanted to put a public announcement out and a public ask. We are open to volunteers. I was a little apprehensive when we first started our program because we were still building the culture and who we are. But we believe it's not just what we do, it's how we do it. And you need a good culture, good leadership, and specific people for those things. And so here we are, almost 5 years of showers. And we're looking for volunteers who can volunteer either weekly or bi-weekly on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You can head to our website at thesharecommunity.com and click volunteer. I'd also like to announce that our annual report has been released for 2024. I'm going to leave this, don't throw it away. I'm going to leave this in the front. If anyone wants to scan our QR code, it'll take you directly to our annual report. I'd also like to mention, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rocha, for letting me know that you have some men's clothing to donate to our program. We are taking donations of men's gently used clean clothing. They have dirty clothes. We need clean clothes. Large and extra large are the main items that we need. We serve about 80 to 90% men. So we do need men's clothing specifically. We also need survival gear, tarps, etc. Bottles of water are absolutely needed. There's not really anywhere for our folks in the city to go in and fill up their water bottles if they have them. We are also accepting donations of blankets and sleeping bags. Share Community has done a whole lot with very little. We started this program because the need was there, and the city was not meeting it, churches were not meeting it, and there was a very small program here in Antioch. Shout out to Ken Rickner for doing showers and pioneering that in the city. We needed to do more, and so we started with absolutely nothing. I went to Terry House, connected me with White Pony Express, and I went there and I heard they had a trailer they weren't using, and I was like, let me have that trailer, and they were like, you can't have it. I wanted them to give it to me, but we paid off that trailer in 2 years with community and business donations. We did not have a single thing. I didn't even know, I was struggling through my 501 nonprofit paperwork. And so can we imagine what we can do together as a community taking care of community? So if you'd like to volunteer, if you'd like to donate, if you would like to be a part of what we're doing, caring for others, please, like I said, head over to our website. And if you're in the building, this will be in the front, and the staff is not going to throw it away before the end of the night. Thank you.
Thank you, Rika.
Tom Hartrick and Joshua Price.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council and city employees and community. I am here representing the Antioch Rotary Club and the Antioch Rotary Club of the Delta. We have a fundraiser coming up. It is the Bunny Hop. This will be the 9th annual Bunny Hop. There's a 5K walk or run. You can get your tickets either by scanning my poster, or I have some postcards if anybody would like them. It is $44.46 for an entrance. You get a t-shirt with that. You get a free pancake breakfast at the end of the day. This will be down at the Antioch Marina. We run out on the old Dow Wetlands, which is Cortiva now. It will be rain or shine. And the benefit of this is, well, there's also a kid run, which is through the parking lot. And then we also have a Easter egg hunt right after it. The date is April 19th, the day before Easter. So it's kind of appropriate. The nice thing about this, as it's our 9th annual, we donate every dollar that we get back to scholarships for Antioch High School, Deer Valley High School, and Dozier Libby. We will be just over $50,000 of scholarships after this year. So it is a very positive day. It's a lot of fun. You don't have to run, you can walk. So I invite you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Joshua Price.
Merry Tuesday. Council, Mayor, all. I am here to talk about some of our upcoming events. This Thursday, the 13th, is our first performance of the Afternoon Encore series. This is done in presentation with the Keller Canyon Mitigation Fund, and it is a free to everybody, I just want to repeat, free to everybody event that we'd love to see everyone at. This is going to be with Mads Tolling. He does a brilliant violin with pedal boards presentation, and we have special guests, the Elderly Wish Foundation. March 30th, we also have we have a Johnny Cash experience with James Garner. Tickets are going fast, so make sure to get some. One last thing, we 2 weeks ago relaunched our children's theater program, El Campanile Theater Academy, ECTA, and classes begin in April. So if that is something that interests you, please reach out to classes@elcampaniletheater.com or feel free to call our box office. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
I do not have any more speaker cards.
Okay. We have item number 3, announcements of board and commission openings.
Okay, we have 2 partial term vacancies expiring March 2028 on the Board of Administrative Appeals. We have 1 partial term vacancy expiring April 2026 on Parks and Recreation Commission. The deadline to apply is Friday, March 28th, 2025 at 5:00 p.m. We also have 1 partial term vacancy expiring November 2025 for the Antioch Police Oversight Commission. The deadline date to apply is Friday, March 28th, 2025. To be considered for the vacancy positions, please fill out an application available on the city's website. Printed applications are also available at Antioch City Hall. Please return the completed application by the deadline date listed by email to cityclerk@antiochca.gov. You can also drop off the application in the water billing drop-off box outside of Antioch City Hall.
Thank you. We have now City Council committee reports and communications. Councilmember Wilson.
Yes, I was not at the last meeting due to myself and the general manager of Delta Diablo journey to travel to Washington, D.C. for the annual policy conference. And the discussion was around, a lot of it was around funding for the different agencies throughout California on everything from water treatment to upgrading old plants, and then finding out about different regulations. The Environmental Protection Agency was supposed to meet with us during this meeting, as they do every year, and at the last minute, the current administration revoked their permission to talk to us. So did not get that opportunity to hear from EPA, especially around the brownfield funds, and if that's going to come back. So Just stay tuned on that aspect. We did get an opportunity to visit with both of our federal representatives, Congressman DeSaulnier and Congressman Garamendi. They both want to help Eastern Contra Costa County and communities in Eastern Contra Costa County to get funding. They emphasized on us focusing on infrastructure, in particularly a lot around agriculture and how we can see if there's some overlap around ag and some of the community projects that we're working on. But infrastructure was the big push from them on helping us get funding. Tomorrow I actually have a Delta Diablo meeting, and we're going to be looking at our capital improvement reports for our location. As you know, that facility is aging, and really kind of figuring out funding on how do we keep that facility up to date, while at the same time there's going to be a lot of focus on the Antioch pump station and how we get funding on improving that station and getting it basically up to current day standards. I know a few years ago when we had the atmospheric river, that station had some problems, but Delta Diablo was able to work with our public works department and make sure everything worked out, that there wasn't any major flooding. And so that facility is is at the top, probably within the top 3 items on our capital improvement report. So once I get more information on that from tomorrow's meeting, I will report out. Thank you.
Thank you. You almost sound like an engineer.
No.
Councilmember Torres Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. So the standing committee for the schools and cities, we met yesterday. From 3 to 5. Myself and Mayor Pro Tem Rocha is actually appointed to that standing committee. In that committee meeting, we actually got a chance to review data from the city side around population, income, housing, also data from the police department, as well as data from Parks and Recreations around services that have been provided to our most vulnerable residents. More, as you know, when you look at data, you just have more questions, not a lot of answers initially. And so we also looked at data from the district side around academic achievement rates, as well as looking at the data that was provided from the I think is strategic threat management, or some armed security guards that the district use. What is it called? Global armed security guards. So data from them around interactions with young people and families and calls for service. And so we got to look, really it was kind of challenging to actually see how our young people are struggling academically. And so we just, again, have more questions after looking at this data. And so we made some requests to the city, but also the school district, to come back with additional data. We also talked about the potential for shared policy agenda between the city and the school district that would also speak to how we share funds to support like whole child, whole community efforts. We will be meeting again, I believe it's April 14th. And in that discussion, we're going to be talking about whole child, whole community, some of what is the collective agenda between the council, between the district and the city council. We're going to be talking about discussing a potential joint meeting of the city council and the school board, which would be a Brown Act meeting, so it would have to be open to the public, and community engagement. That is a standing committee. It is open to the public. You can come to that meeting. It's gonna be on the 14th from 3 to 5, if you can make it. Another thing I wanna say is I did attend the county's African American Wellness Task Force meeting that they had, and it was an amazing meeting. They actually revealed the results of the survey. They actually were able to survey over 4,000 individuals throughout the county who identified as African American. They also were able to do over 16 town halls throughout the county from west to east to talk about the African American Wellness Hub. And they have one more town hall that's gonna be happening, I believe, tomorrow in Pittsburgh. Monday, the conversation will be going to the equity committee of the Board of Supervisors to potentially discuss the approval of either mobile resources for African American wellness throughout the county. I know a location in Antioch was discussed to actually have a hub, and so all of that will be happening at the county. Discussion will be happening at the county level on Monday. I also want to remind people that the Racial Justice Act is probably something we've heard of in the city of Antioch since even before the stipulated agreement with the DOJ and the text messages with the police department. Well, the Center for Policy Equity actually tomorrow, March 12th at 5:30, will be having a meeting at the Nick Rodriguez Center, which is 213 F Street, to actually be discussing the findings from the Racial Justice Act, how it relates to policing in the city of Antioch. I think it's going to be a pretty interesting meeting because, as we all know, the Racial Justice Act is kind of how some people were able to have their sentence overturned if there were any arrests made in Antioch under the prior policing administration. So I think it's going to be a pretty interesting conversation, and I would invite people to come out again. It's going to be the data from the Racial Justice Act. What does the Racial Justice Act mean in the context of Antioch? Center for Policing Equity, and that will be tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. at the Nick Rodriguez Center. And I want to end by just saying happy belated birthday to Angelo Quinto. Yesterday was Angelo's birthday. We talked about the Angelo Quinto Crisis Response Team, and I want to say that, you know, to Angelo's mom, you in a club nobody wants to join. And the loss of your son was not just devastating, it was devastating for the community that supports you, and I know your family is still healing from that. And thank you for all you do in the name of Angelo in the city of Antioch. I also just want to wish Tashina Garrett a happy birthday. Today is Tashina's birthday. Continue to keep Tashina, our beloved community member who fights for the Amtrak relentlessly. Keep her in your prayers as she continues to recover and hopefully can come back to Antioch where she calls home and continue to fight for access to quality transportation for our underserved, our seniors, and our young folks.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Freitas.
Just want to report that on Thursday, March 6th, I attended the Contra Costa Mayor's Conference on your behalf and Mayor Pro Tem Rocha. It was very interesting. One of the things that they provided was a report on the East Bay Regional Communication System, the BRICS communication, which is critical to Contra Costa County and Alameda County. And they laid out the various improvements that they're going to be making, and it's critical to all communications, particularly when there are disasters. And it was very, very interesting to see it, the redundancy and things of that sort. So on your behalf, I enjoyed myself. I want to also indicate, I'm not sure specifically what staff members, but the director mentioned the city of Antioch and their assistance and participation with the communication system on Walton Avenue. So whoever was involved in that, you know, kudos to you, and you got mentioned at the mayor's conference. Second thing is, I think Councilmember Torres Walker and I would like to have a cannabis committee meeting, and so I would like to ask city manager or Mr. Cole to please assist us so we can, you know, have a meeting and move forward. There are a lot of issues, you know, that relate to this particular subject, and I think we're both anxious to move on. That's it.
All right, thank you. None of my committees met. Just as far as my comments, I just want to reiterate that the process of going through the budget is not one where we're making decisions along the way, but we're listening to information from each of the departments and gathering information. And through that process, we'll then be able to have an informed decision when it comes around June or so, when we have to finally decide on what we're going to do with our budget. And I just want to also thank the community for coming out and engaging with us, because oftentimes budgets are done in 1 or 2 meetings, and council already has made up their mind on what they are or aren't going to do. And in the case of what we're seeing here in the meeting last week, and then again today, although it was much shorter, we're seeing the community coming out and making comments and engaging with the city council, and that's what this is intended to do. So hopefully at our next meeting next Tuesday, where we're going to be going over the police budget, folks will be coming out for that and listening. That budget represents 55 to 60% of our budget. It's a big budget, and so we want people to make sure that they understand what all is involved in that budget. And I also just want to thank City Manager Scott and staff for all the work that you've put into it and answering questions. I know there's a lot of them, and but it's very helpful in making sure that we're well informed. So thank you for that. All right. Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Rocha, I forgot you.
Okay, just real quickly, 2 things. Following our last meeting, I had the opportunity to go to the League of Cities of the East Bay, and that I was able to get introduced to city leaders, which includes the mayors and city council representatives for each of the cities that make up the Contra Costa County and Alameda County, which I think is about 38 cities. And they had state legislators talking about some of the action and activities that they're advocating for, wanting to work collaboratively with the 2 counties and the cities that make up Alameda and Contra Costa. Their priorities, I learned, were similar to ours: public safety. Second was housing and homelessness. Third was economic development / protect local revenues, looking at how we can continue cities to have healthy budgets. And then the fourth was the environmental climate change, looking at how we can protect and take care of our natural resources. So it was nice to meet a lot of people that are in leadership roles throughout both counties, and to see that their work is very similar to the focuses that we're on. And then the second thing I'd just like to say is I want to thank the Antioch community for coming together in support of our immigrant community. We had a Know Your Rights event at St. Ignatius Church on March 3rd. It was hosted there by Father Robert of St. Ignatius Church, supported by the city and schools. It was a collaborative effort. It was attended by city leaders, which included the mayor, chief of police, and the superintendent of schools, city manager, and other leadership members of the Antioch Unified School District and the city staff. And it was really a powerful presentation put on by Stand Together of Contra Costa County, and also supported by the United Latino Voices. So community members came to a safe place where they could learn. Community providers, service providers could learn about what the rights are for immigrants, what to know, what to be aware of, what your rights are, and how to address issues that may come up. So it was really a very informative evening. And all in all, the people that I spoke to that were there to find out answers and get more information were very impressed with how both the city representatives and the school leadership were there. They were really impressed with the chief of police, the superintendent, and the mayor were there in the same room at the same time, showing unity. So anyway, I just wanted to thank the city staff and all those that contributed to the program.
Thank you. On to item number 4, consent calendar. Do we have any items to be pulled from the calendar?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
A, B, C, D, and L.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No. On the account, on the community reports? Yeah, I'm sorry. We'll go ahead and do public comment on the community or reports from the city council and communications.
Nicole?
Well, Mayor, you opened it up. I mean, you started talking about, the budget and all that, so I had to creep on in. I just want to say really quickly, I think since you did bring that up, and I really didn't get a chance to talk about, anything else in public comment before on this. Community, some type of community town hall. I know I spoke with you, Councilwoman Wilson, and I know that you're having something, I think, in April. And I know that the council before this, they did something in their own districts, events that they held within their own districts. I think this would be a perfect opportunity for community members that may have some concerns about the budget and can't make it here or only get 3 minutes to speak, to have that kind of dialogue with you guys when it comes to that. I think that's very important. And again, since you mentioned the budget, I just want to say once again how important the mental health crisis response team is, not only for people that are just having a mental health crisis, but for our unhoused community. I was just telling the, I guess, directors that were here how important this team has been for the unhoused community, how important it is to not have to reach out and call 911 and just educating the community how important it is to, when you do call dispatch and talk to them, to ask for the purple people. So that's important. Housing, I know we're closing the Opportunity Village, or the contract is ending with that. So again, if we can, I'm hoping to fund the city manager's office so that they can get the staff that they need to be able to get this grant funding and all of, all the funding and stuff that's out there that Antioch has not been taking advantage of. And so to fund her office as well with the budget. And I think that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
No other public comment.
All right, back to the consent calendar. So we have, we're pulling items A, B, C, D, and L. Any other items to be pulled? All right, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar minus items A, B, C, D, and L?
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, please cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, item A, approval of council meeting minutes from February 11th, 2025.
Mr. Mayor, it's really all four of them. For February 11th, for February 19th, which is B, and for C, it's March 25th, and for D, it's March 4th. I think there's a struggle with producing the minutes, and so I'm just raising the issue. What is the, you don't have to answer tonight, but what is the problem? Is there something that we can do to get these? Because I think all of us use the minutes, as a continuum, and when they're not available, it makes it difficult to go back and say, now what was that? Well, who said what, and was the vote, and things of that sort. So if there's a problem, I'm just suggesting, as a city clerk, please bring it forward to us so that we know and get it corrected as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councilmember Freitas. I will work with the clerk's office to get a response to you on that.
All right, with that, Mr. Mayor, I would move item A, B, C, and D.
All right, we have a motion to approve items A, B, C, and D of the consent calendar. Do we have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Item L, resolution establishing the rate per equivalent runoff unit for fiscal year 25-26 and requesting the Contra Costa County Flood Control and Water Conservation District to adopt an annual parcel assessment for drainage maintenance and the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System Program.
Thank you so much. This item pertains to the consideration that the rate to be assigned to a single equivalent runoff unit for fiscal year 2025-26 shall be set at $25, and requesting the Contra Costa County Flood Control and Water Conservation District adopt stormwater utility assessment drainage levies based on the rate for a single equivalent runoff unit for fiscal year 2025-26, which shall be set at $25. And Phil Hoffmeister is here if you have questions.
Mr. Mayor, on this item, under full disclosure, I was the former manager of the Contra Costa Clean Water Program for approximately 20 years. So when I read the report, City of Antioch raised this rate back in fiscal year 2004-2005. It has not been raised for over 20 years. And so, the money that has been generated, approximately, I think it's $1.25 to $1.5 million each year, has been eroded by inflation, cost of materials, and things of this sort. The last sentence says the city council should evaluate increasing the fee next year, which would be subject to the Proposition 218. And so I'm suggesting I will move approval, but I also want to direct staff to bring this issue back to us, realizing it would trigger a Proposition 218, because frankly, dealing with the environment, dealing with pollutants that get into our water stream, and as a former director of the Contra Costa Water District with one of the directors here present tonight, stormwater pollution, herbicides, pesticides are detrimental to the water supply that we all depend on to live. And so I think that we have been remiss, the councils have been remiss not to go back to this particular issue and raise the rates so that we can do a very effective job. I realize Antioch is in the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, which you would think sister agencies would respond the same, but San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board would never have permitted this to happen, ever permitted this to happen. And so I think it's long, long overdue that we do that. So, Mr. Mayor, I would move approval of staff's recommendation with the direction to city staff to bring this back in an expeditious manner so that we can review it, consider it, and possibly move forward and increase revenues for a very critical service to the city of Antioch.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second. I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, public hearing, item number 5. We actually have 2 public hearings this evening. The first public hearing is a resolution approving water rates proposed in the water rate study listed in the Prop 218 notice. Public hearing PW 362-9. As this is a public hearing, the proponent for this item will have 10 minutes.
Let me introduce it.
And if there's, I'm sorry. Okay, I was just going to tell the rules and we'll introduce you. The proponent's going to have 10 minutes. If there's an opponent, they will have 10 minutes, and then public comments of 5 minutes each.
Thank
City
you so
Manager
much.
Scott.
Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. This public hearing pertains to, 1, the adoption of findings and the water utility cash flow evaluation and rate studies from Pavletic Consulting, LLC, dated January 2025, approving the water rate schedule effective May 1st, 2025, and amending the master fee schedule to include the updated water rates. The proposed adjustments will ensure adequate water enterprise funds for the city's projected operations, capital expenditures, and debt service coverage. Water rates have not been increased in almost 5 years, yet operating costs have continued to incrementally and at times substantially increase each year for personnel, utilities, water purchase costs from Contra Costa Water District when the city cannot pump from the river, and other maintenance costs of the city's water treatment plan. We had a timeline of events that I want to read into the record. On January 14, 2025, Council accepted the draft report and authorized mailing of the Proposition 218 notice of public hearing on proposed adjustments and increases to water charges. On January 24, 2025, notices were mailed out to all residents who receive a water bill, which totaled 26,726 residents. Both English and Spanish versions were mailed. From January 24th of 2025 to March 11 today, protests were received until the start of this council meeting. Of the 26,726 protests mailed, we received 11 protests as of the start of this council meeting. I also want to point out that this item came before you after a public hearing and notice in the fall, with the vote on November 24th being a no for the rate increase. Thank you. Oh, and we have our consultant here to tell us all the things.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Nice to see you all again. I'm going to show you the slides that we looked at in the January meeting, and previous to that, we looked at them in September and December. There's about 13 slides. Interrupt at any time, please, if you have a pointed question. So these are the timelines from when we started almost a year ago in May. we did a study, drafted a report with recommendations, and then September 10, there was a council meeting where the council elected to initiate the Prop 218 procedure on November 12th. On November 12th, the council closed the hearing and did not have the votes to authorize the new rates. After that, we updated the report because two things changed drastically. That is, the opportunity to have 6 months of rate increases in this fiscal year got compressed to just 2 months because we're looking at these rates being effective in May. And then we updated other actual data we got. For example, the number of new connections, we changed that number. We had actual water use in FY24, and it turns out the water use sales went up a little bit. So that changed our perspective when we updated the cash flow. And we increased the rates, which led to increases in the bills. And then we returned on January 14th with the same action items for the council. That was to accept the draft report, and then the council would authorize staff to issue a Prop 218 notice, which is what your city manager was describing. And then we're at today's date, the third bullet. And then looking beyond this, May 1 would be the first set of rate increases, water rates. And then 6 months later, another increase for the next fiscal year. And then the next 3 fiscal years, they would be implemented on July 1. So 3 different implementation dates over the next 5 years, 5 fiscal years. All right, let's get to the study objectives. The usual suspects, we look at making sure there's enough cash for O&M, capital, and debt service obligations, meet coverage requirements that you've agreed to with your lenders, establish funding target reserve levels, much like any enterprise, any business has, operating cash. And for a water fund, your big exposure is to have water sales vary from what projections were. 60% of your revenues, more or less, in the water fund are from water sales. So if there's a large change in sales, we look to your reserves to get you over until cash flow returns to normal levels. We evaluated the tier break and were recommended changes. And then the second from the bottom, we did a rate survey. And then we looked at prior rates for 16 years. And your city manager mentioned already that there's been no rate increase for the last 5 going on 6 fiscal years. Our source data was your 2-year operating budget, which you just updated, a 5-year capital budget, the billing system data, that is, we take the meter reading data from all your customers and we analyze it to see what water use is per customer class and in each zone. And we look at the count of meters by size. Then we look at your annual financial reports for statistical data. And we also use the construction installment sale agreement for your big loan, low interest loan from the state. The methodology is what any consultant would have used here. We first make sure that it complies with the California Constitution specifically regarding rates. And the main focus of having a nexus between an individual service provided to a parcel and the amount we charge that parcel. And then the second bullet item is a industry standard rate making manual that's been around for about 70 years now. So customer use characteristics. For water conservation, we used about 1% a year for 26 and 27. We actually, FY24, became an as-built, and I mentioned that water use was just a little bit higher than what we had when we started this study a year ago. And the figure below shows in the stacked columns that are blended together, most of your water use, the dark blue, is residential. And we always want to make sure we take the right amount of risk with estimating that projected water use, because it's the most substantial factor related to revenues. And we used, like the percentage shows, 0% change in FY25, largely because there's only 4 months left in this fiscal year. It's the certainty we have about water use in FY25 is becoming closer and closer to an as-built. So we said it's going to be the same as calendar year 24. And then we use 1% a year. And then we up it to 2% in the last years, in expectation that when customers may react to the percentage increases by reducing water use slightly. And we changed the number of new connections a year from 200 to 300. Staff went back and looked at the last 4 years of connections, and it was actually about 400 a year, but past is not prologue, so we wanted to be a little more risk averse and use 300 connections a year. The off button is right below the advance button, for those of you wondering. There we go. But the advance button, where is the receptor for this signal? Did I drain the battery, maybe? Or can someone do it manually, please? Thank you. I'll just call it out manually. And now we have a few slides with cash flow, a table, and this slide and a figure. So what the intention was, the first bullet was to show in bold on the top line your expenditures and then give you itemizations of them. And the second rectangular or square bullet was your revenues and an itemization of those. And expenditures over the 5-year period, about $283 million. And you can read through, the biggest one is for your water supply and other contracts, then personnel, service and supplies, utilities and chemicals, and then the remainder, with capital being about 10% of it, and debt service 4%. With revenues, as I mentioned, the bulk of them comes from your charges for services. That's because this is an enterprise fund. It is, for all purposes, a nonprofit business. And you need revenues of $272 million, and we're going to use $10 million of fund balance to match the expenditures. Thank you. So this figure has the same data as the prior slide, except it has a couple of lines with a target balance in red and an ending balance in black, and a blue line with percentages, which is a average customer, single-family customer bill with a 3/4 inch meter and 17 HCF of water use. The columns, the stacked columns, are those expenditures you saw in the previous slide, totaling $283 million. If you integrate those stacked columns to the left, to the right of the vertical hash mark. So it gives you an idea of what's going on when you blend expenditures and revenues and the rating, not rate increases, those are bill increases for one customer class. Compared to the one that we brought to the council in September, the expenditures are nearly identical. What's changed is the revenue. So, and the revenue in the last 4 years. That first 7%, that's the same bill increase, and the actual bill, I think, is $68.50. as was in the September, the first time we did this last fall. So what we had to change was the next 4 years. Next slide, please. And we discussed this in some detail the January meeting, and we showed this slide in the fall. And what's changed is, the reason we have this slide is we were seeing a pinch point in meeting debt service coverage. And I know to the public it's a concept that you don't run across every day, but it's what the lenders require of the borrowers, the city, to comply with their terms of a loan, the loan agreement. And you don't see it in regular mortgages day to day, so the public doesn't have a keen concept of this. But what it means is the lender can call your loan immediately if you don't meet debt service coverage. It's called a technical default. Now, no one thinks you're going to actually default. You've got plenty of money. But the lenders have this agreement and this test because it signals to them when a city or a district is getting in financial trouble, is heading in the wrong direction. What it tells the lender is your revenues are, if they keep going like they are, they're not going to cover your debt service. And I should tell the public, the city does have a 1 year's restricted reserve for the debt service here, $2.4 million. They can make the payment next year, but that's not good enough for the lenders, right? They want to know, they want to see the train wreck coming and do something about it. So we want to avoid that, because if you go into technical default, even though you wouldn't actually be bankrupt or fail to make a payment, your rating agencies are going to be critical of the city as a whole. It'll penalize your general fund, any lending, anyone who lends to you is going to see that you might not be a good risk. So we want to avoid that, and that's what we set out to do by updating the cash flow and increasing the rates. We actually recognized a little bit more revenue. The third item in the revenue calculation says 612 fee. That went up from about 1.5 to 2.7. And what happened was, since January, we've been working with staff to get better estimates as the fiscal year comes to an end and this debt service coverage becomes more and more like an as-built. It turns out you've sold more permits and collected more connection fees for new connections to the water system. Your particular agreement with your lender recognizes that revenue for purposes of coverage. So we were able to add that, and it improved that coverage in FY 24-25, which is 2.28. In January, this slide showed it 1.28. So we're moving in the right direction, but that is still razor close. The other thing that changed was, I mentioned the water use in 24 became an as-built, and there was about 150,000 units of use, additional use, that we did not have in our original study. And at $4 a unit on average, or $3.90, right? That's almost $600,000. So that got added to your fund balance. And when I changed the benchmark for the current year, I moved it up to equal FY24. It added that 150,000 units. So that's why there's more rate revenue. Even though we're doing the rate increases only over 2 months instead of 6. So that just shows you how profound the impact of water sales has on coverage. And even with 4 months left, if you get, 2 months of solid rain and don't sell water outdoors, that's where we got to watch this coverage ratio from now until closing. And I dwell on that point because if you look at the next year's coverage, 229, it's also very close to technical default. If all of our assumptions go in the wrong directions, right? If chemicals doubled in price or electricity tripled in price and we sold 20% less water, if everything conspired against you and you didn't have any new connections to the system and you lost all your 612 revenue, right? You'd be very close to technical default once again. So you're not out of the woods really for a couple of fiscal years, in my opinion. Next slide, please. And as I told you folks and the audience, the reason we have this slide, which of course you're not going to digest in viewing it here, but the reason I show it is particularly to the audience, this is what your council's voting on. This is what's in the administrative record. And it's what was in the ballot you received in the mail. So they don't vote on percents or anything else. It's these rates at a time certain. And that those times certain are the dates in italics at the top. You cannot implement these numbers until those effective dates. And the next slide, please. This shows in grueling detail a single-family bill. And it shows the rates, the tier break, the water use. I said it was 17 HCF. It's 10 HCF that I use. That's the average annual water use for all your single-family customers, 1,000 cubic feet a month. And then I show the monthly water use charge, and I add them up. And the single-family bill there, you see it's got the lines above and below it. Currently, it's $64.30 a month on average, and you're going to see that in the rate survey figure that's going to follow this. And then it goes up by those percents that we saw in the figure, 7%, 10, 11, 11, and it's got the dollar amount. So on May 1st, it goes to $68.50. That's $4.20 a month, $4.20. And that's the first rate increase in 6 years, almost 6 years. Next slide, please. And we're almost done. So you can see Antioch, starting from the right hand of the survey, you have the lowest rate of all the other 7 nearby water purveyors, public and private. Bay Point is a private enterprise. And then in green, that's the one that goes into effect May 1st. And Scott, could you please go back a slide? I want to point out, on the far right of this table, FY29, the bill in the 5th year is $102.60. Now, Scott, please go back. And if you look for $102.60, 5 years from now, for the city of Antioch, it's still going to be $10 less than Contra Costa Water District's current bill. And only slightly higher, $10 higher than Benicia and Pittsburgh, which I know because I do the city of Pittsburgh's water rates. Those are going to go up past your 5-year rate with almost absolute certainty. So in other words, in 5 years, you'll still be the lowest of all these purveyors by a long shot. And you'll be, in my opinion, in a very stable financial position once again, like you were 5 or 6 years ago. And you'll have spent $60 million on your brackish water and hopefully enjoying the benefits, the financial benefits of that fantastic project. It should end up reducing the increase, the amount of water you have to purchase from your wholesaler, Contra Costa. That might be the last slide. No, we're going to cover what the city manager already mentioned, more or less, tonight. Vote on the resolution. Oh, this is the whole process, the 218 process. In January, they did the first two line items. The protest will be counted tonight, and then the council's going to vote. Next slide. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, council and public.
All right, thank you. This is a public hearing, so I'll open the public hearing. Do we have an opponent or proponent or opponent to this this item? Seeing none.
Mayor,
Yes.
we do have an opponent. Oh,
Okay.
you know what? I'm sorry. This is for a different item, not 5. No, we don't have either.
Okay. So do we have any public comment?
Yes, I have 4 public comment cards. The first speaker will be Hector Navarez, followed by Antonio Martinez and Greg Salsa.
And each speaker will have up to 5 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Hector Navarez. I am originally from Oakland. When I was 10, we moved to Arizona. And the reason I'm bringing that up is in 1997, I moved my family back to the Bay Area and we settled in Antioch. And the first thing I noticed was that I was paying more for water here in Antioch than I was in Arizona, a desert town. And I was using way more water over there than I do here. And obviously the rates keep going up and up. The city of Antioch has water rights dating back to the 1860s. And these are water rights that are guaranteed. We can get as much water we want out of San Joaquin and the Sacramento River. All we gotta do is pump it out and clean it. Our pumps, I think they get 16 million gallons a day we can pump. And now with the new desalination plant they're building, there's not gonna be a need to buy water during the late summer and early fall times that we had to do that because the water got too salty. So now we're going to have that. But yet they want to increase the rates 7%, 10% a year. That's unacceptable. And what's really crazy is that you guys, or whoever, the water department, you guys are doing what PG&E does, the tier pricing system. The more water you use, the higher rates you're paying. Same thing PG&E does to try to scam us, which is the more electricity you use, then now you're, instead of being in tier 1, now you're in tier 2, now you're in tier 3. So you're paying higher rates. I look at that as a scam. It's like if I went to the store and bought 5 oranges for $1 a piece, but then they tell you, oh, but if you want 10 oranges 6 through 10 are going to be $2 a piece. That's basically what you guys are doing with their water rates. So if they want to raise the rates, at least eliminate the tier system. But either way, I still think, and I know they're comparing our water rates to the rest of other Bay Area cities here in the East Bay. That's like comparing our gas price to San Francisco gas price. Why don't we compare our water rates to other cities around the country? We have water rights from this river. That's a gold mine. We have free water, free. All we have to do is clean it. And yet we're paying so much money a month for water. That should be one of the things that attracts people to Antioch is, hey, I'm gonna live in Antioch because we have the lowest water rates, not of the East Bay, but of the country. And we should have that because we have water rights dating back to the 1860s. So they're coming back with they want to raise the rates. I say, let's not do it. Or at least minimum, get rid of the tier pricing. You guys implemented that in 2015. I'm not sure why. I think it was a conservation effort. But then I hear the gentleman that spoke here earlier that you guys want to sell more water to make more revenue. So what is it? You want to sell more water, or you want to conserve water? I'm just saying, let's get rid of, if you're not gonna, if you're still gonna raise the rates, at least get rid of the tier system. That's all I have. I'm hoping the desalination plant opens up soon. I'm not sure when that's happening. Did you guys know? Anyone know when that happens? That's because once that happens, we're not going to have to buy water from Contra Costa County or Contra Costa Water District. So that's even more of a savings. So we're already getting the future in place for our water supply, and it's good. Like I said, we have free water. So let's take advantage of that and help out Antioch residents with that gold mine that we have. All right? Thank you, guys. Take care.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Antonio Martinez, followed by Greg Salsa and Andrew Becker.
Mayor Bernal, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Rate increases are almost never a popular topic. So as you can see from some of the comments already. But I do want to start by saying that water agencies across the state and cities are facing similar challenges because there's a rise in costs for chemicals, for energy, even for the water that we get for contracts. Also, insurance plays a role in higher costs. The other thing that drives costs is the increasing regulations from the state and federal government that are unfunded mandates. So those things have to come from locally. So we have to pay those locally. And so after 5 years of not raising rates, I'm glad that Antioch is taking the steps in the right direction because we can't keep kicking the can down the road. We have to face those costs now. So I support raising the rates to maintain a robust water system. To ensure that we have water at the tap when we go to it. As an Antioch resident, I've been here for almost 30 years. I look forward to the brackish water desalination plant, as was already mentioned. The only thing that it's not free. I mean, there's a lot of energy that goes into those plants and a lot of maintenance. So, and I heard from the last conversation that was had in January that some of those costs are not being incorporated into the rate structure. So I would recommend, or I would ask the council to consider including some of those charges, whether it be ranges of low to high of what that would be, because there are ranges for running a plant, a desal plant. So at least incorporate those into the thought process and let the residents know how much that's actually going to cost us in the next 5 years. Because we don't know. I mean, we don't know how much it's going to cost to run that plant, but we do know that it costs a lot of money to run a desal plant or a brackish desal plant. So lastly, I want to say, I want to put my other hat on because I am an elected official. And as the Vice President of the Contra Costa Water District, I want to express our commitment to partner with the City of Antioch and identify partnerships that we can work together in helping the constituents that we serve collectively throughout this process. I know that our general manager has already been in contact with your city manager, and they've had some meetings already, and they've been positive. So I want to continue that engagement with the City of Antioch. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio.
Next speaker is Greg Salsa, followed by Andrew Becker.
My name's Greg Souza. I'm a resident and a ratepayer. I'm also a construction cost engineer by trade. When I got the first notice that you guys wanted to increase rates, I went to my computer to calculate. Second time, when I got it for tonight's meeting, I went to my computer to calculate. And what I calculated was that over the process of a very short 5-year period, you're looking at raising the water that I buy now in 2024 by 91% by the time we hit 2029. And the water meter that loiters in all of our front yards is going to go up 45% on its own over that short period of time. These are very high, extreme rates to gain revenue. okay? Something that we could buy in 2024 for $1,400 based upon who I am as a resident and have been a resident for 26 years is going to cost over $2,600, a 91% increase. I don't know that you've been told that some of your residents are going to see that kind of increase in their water bills. People that have swimming pools had to get a permit to have a swimming pool. Swimming pools evaporate water. They want water, they need water, or they turn into a mosquito abatement system. Okay? I went through and calculated my water bill, and this is what I came up with. There's a green line and there's a purple line. In the short period of time at the end, the purple side of things says that we're going to go up $10,000 and we're going to do me kicking out my 10 grand in 2 years and 6 months and 1 year and 10 months as we go through these rate increases. The original bottom part of the thing, it took 9 years to get to the first 5,000. It took 5 years and 10 months to get the next 10,000, and on and on. It's a extremely high. I object. I say no. You need to either table this and get more details to find out how much we're really going to be paying, or some of us are going to be paying, because it jumps. It jumps at the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Andrew Becker.
Thank you. It's no surprise seeing how water is used in our city, considering the growth and the style of that growth over the last really 50, 60 years here in Antioch. A lot of single family development. And what's frustrating to me is that we talk about what is the cost of water and the residents that have to pay that water, and what is the impact on these residents and the makeup of the community. You know, when my parents purchased their home here in Antioch and we moved here in 1996, we moved into the Laurel Ranch subdivision over off of Pruitt and Deer Valley. And my parents were fortunate enough to be able to purchase a 6-bedroom, 4-bathroom house. So in that home alone, you have a front lawn, a back lawn, sprinklered, a water hose connection in the front yard, a water hose connection in the backyard, a laundry room with the sink, a kitchen with the sink, 3 bathrooms done through KB Homes with tub and bath combinations, a master bedroom with the standalone bathtub and a shower, and I'm sure you can imagine how many sink faucets throughout in those restrooms. So it's an astronomical amount of water that's used in that home. You know, we are fortunate enough to be able to stay up to date with the changes in water faucet technology, shower head technology. We have all WaterSense units in them, the new aerators, inside and outside, but a lot of homes don't. And people don't understand that you can reach out to East Bay Mud and you can go through a toolkit survey and you can have those units sent out to you for free. People don't understand unless they drive down James Donlin and they see that random signed banner along the side of the road that talks about CCWD's rebate program for removing your lawn, right? but those programs are difficult to navigate. They say that you have to enroll in the program before you even start the work. Otherwise, the work that you do is not counted. And so if people can't fit into these programs and the specific models the way that they are, they lose out on these resources. And the conversation topic tonight seems to be about sharing resources and aligning with agencies to be able to meet the community's true needs. And so as we talk about rate increases, which I would argue should happen because that's the cost of inflation and the cost to do business in this inflated society, I would also say that these conversation topics should go hand in hand with those opportunities that community members could be able to capitalize on to reduce their water use. I'll tell you that my parents are in a unique situation where they don't want to have a front and a back lawn, but they can't afford to remove it. They don't want to have a dead lawn because they want to bring something that's aesthetically pleasing and have pride in their home. So we turn the sprinklers on. Isn't that interesting that you have a community member that turns their sprinkler system on to water their lawn when they would be okay with not having a lawn? But then if we don't turn that sprinkler system on and the lawn dies, all the neighbors start complaining, especially out in those neighborhoods because they care more about lawns than other things. So what do? In that home alone, right, which is on a lot, once again, my parents are blessed to have a lot that's almost 11,000 square feet. So you could imagine what the size of those lawns are in the front and the back. And it was great for us as kids to be able to go out and play on those lawns. But now they're a cost burden, both through maintenance and through water. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the speaker cards.
Seeing no more comments, we will close the public hearing.
Mayor,
Yes.
I first need to announce how many protests
I'm
we've
sorry.
received. As of 10 o'clock p.m., the city has received 0 yes, 1 not at this time, and 10 no's. Written protests regarding the proposed sewer rate increase. Assistant City Clerk Garcia has been available in the City Hall lobby during the meeting this evening to receive written comments.
All right, thank you. Any comments or questions from council?
Yeah, I have just for clarification. So, when I read the report, so the desal plan was raised a couple times about people waiting to see it get off the line and, get rolling. And actually, the staff report helped me. So, for clarification from me, we need to actually raise this rate to pay off that debt from the loan for the desal plan.
I thought California gave you guys 27.
Is that, because the way it reads in the staff report is that, so what it's basically saying is that when the city of Antioch decided they wanted the desal plant, you knew that you could not fund it on your own. You would need a loan to be able to do that. So you projected a potential rate increase over time to leverage those projected rate increases to be able to get a loan to do the desal project. So the conversations were, we will raise the rates, we will raise the water rates to be able to pay off this loan. And what it sounds like to me is that, like, raising the rates, although it's necessary to create the revenue to reduce the debt on this loan. Is that?
Well, Mayor, City Council, that's part of it. The water rates and the revenue from the water fund will be used to pay back that loan, as well as other expenditures within the water fund and the water department.
Okay.
Question. Antioch is a pre-1914 water right holder. What does that mean for us?
As pre-1914, our adjudicated water rights do allow us to take water from the river. We aren't, the only thing that really prevents the amount of water that we can take is our permittability. So we can take water from the river a lot more than 16 million gallons that we do currently. However, that's what we are permitted with the fish screens that we have in place that allow us to draw river water into our system. So right now, that's the limiting factor, is the fish screens.
So it's not unlimited, it's actually restricted.
It is restricted by permitting, yes.
Right. But because we can do that, it has a very significant impact, which lowers overall water rates, because when we take water from the river, we don't have to buy water from Contra Costa Water District, correct?
Yes, that's true. You still have to pump the water. You still have the electricity and the infrastructure necessary to get the water from the river to our water treatment plant. But the cost of the water, we're not purchasing from Contra Costa Water District. That's part of our 1914 rights.
And I used to know this off the top of my head. To purchase 1 acre-foot of water from CCWD versus taking an acre-foot from the river, do you know what the cost difference is? It's substantial, but I...
It is substantial, and I have to apologize. I can get you that number, but I do not know it offhand.
So one of the reasons why Antioch is the second lowest, basically, in the Bay Area is because we are a pre-1914 water right, and we use that as much as we possibly can to lower water rates.
Sure, and that's currently the condition that we are right now. The river water is currently fresh enough that it can be treated through conventional means. Therefore, we are currently not purchasing any water from Contra Costa Water District, but utilizing our water rights.
And in 1988, November, the Contra Costa Water District went to the public, had a public vote to build the Los Vaqueros water reservoir, correct?
Yes.
And it was approved by over 70%, and the purpose is to provide, one of the purposes is water quality, but also reliability. California being a semi-arid state, we are going to have droughts. Some of those droughts go 5 to 7 years. And so CCWD, did somebody die? Low bid. Sorry, I just. So actually, the leadership of CCWD, both past and present, because they have expanded the reservoir, will actually aid the city of Antioch, not only for human consumption, but for manufacturing and, agriculture and things of that sort, correct?
We still have a relationship with Contra Costa Water District. We will still continue to purchase water at some rate. We do have capacity at the Randall Bold Water Treatment Plant also.
Right, but I mean, at Los Vaqueros, the salinity is going to be extraordinarily lower than what we would get in a drought period from the river, which probably means that we can't even pump water out of the river. Because
yes, depending on how dry it is, how far the salinity moves upstream. Contra Costa Water Districts are much further upstream.
Right. No one likes rate increases, absolutely no one. But I have to argue in favor of these. I think the city was remiss in 5 years of not looking at water rates because, and now we're paying the price for that because there is an escalation. As far as I'm concerned, if you do it every year at or below the rate of inflation, you're not losing, you're actually gaining and keeping up. But unfortunately, the city, for whatever reasons, we did have the pandemic. They said there was a conscious decision by the city council back then not to raise water rates during the pandemic because of the cost implications. And I thought it was a good decision back then, but we are paying the price. I don't think there's any alternative for us. I think that, I mean, at the last public hearing that we had, I asked as the city council knows, a lot of pointed questions, and I appreciate the consultant and staff coming back. I'm satisfied with moving forward because it guarantees that will be a water supply, it will be treated, and with our relationship with CCW, both for raw water supply as well as during the periods of time when there are droughts and we can take water from Los Vaqueros, we will not be so severely impacted. One of the worst things I ever had to do, I was a water district director for 16 years, is mandatory water rationing. One of the worst decisions ever. This room would have been filled 4 times over when we had the consideration at CCWD. And it is extraordinary to hear people's life story and the fact that what the water supply, how the water supply impacted their livelihood, their quality of life. So I have a bias, and yes, I know that these water rates will have some negative impacts, but I also know CCWD and the city of Antioch have various conservation programs to help reduce the demand of water inside our homes. Something like 60% or more water, treated water, is used outside the house for irrigation. And that is a very, very difficult thing to say, gee, you need to take your lawn out. But we live in a semi-arid state, and people like their lawns. Well, if you do like them, and if you like them so much, then you have to pay to irrigate them and keep them alive. But you have a choice. You have an option. You can change that landscaping. So I think that people are not void of having alternatives to reduce water consumption. I think now with the toilets, when you used to flush the toilet, you used to use 3 to 4 gallons of water. Now it's down to 1.5, or shower heads and everything else. I think the public have responded because they understand the importance of water. But as difficult as it is, and it's unfortunate, I am ready, Mr. Mayor, to move forward and to approve the water rates.
I have one question. Does anybody else have any questions of staff?
No, just wanted to reiterate, it's hard, like our representative from the county water district said, it's not a very favorable decision when you have to raise water rates. And, back in 2020, when we had the pandemic, this council had to make a very difficult decision during a time when we were sheltered in place. People were either being furloughed from their jobs, or their job hours were being reduced, or they were being laid off altogether. And we had to, that time we made the conscious decision, we can't raise water rates when people are just struggling to make ends meet. So that's why we went the 5 years without it. However, here we are in the costs of having our own water department, having the brackish water plant, and I'm sure Mr. Bunting can attest to it, just to run that water plant, energy alone is a huge cost. I think we even talked about potentially putting solar out there, but we need to raise the water rates, because if we don't, we're going to, and I believe you had said something about our unfavorable with our debt provider, or whoever supervises our debt, that looks unfavorable, that we're not keeping up with the cost just to run our own water department. So I am, it's a difficult decision, but I am in favor of raising our rates.
Did you have any comments? Mr. Bunting, quick question. So we do have a minimum take from Contra Costa Water District, correct? Minimum purchase every year? Do you know about what percentage of our overall water that would be?
It's 500 acre feet, I believe, but I don't know exactly what the percentage is.
Okay. And then there's also limitations on the amount of water, as you mentioned, that we can pump from the river at 16 MGD, correct? 16 million gallons per day?
Yes, sir.
And our warm weather use is up to 25 maybe?
Yes, sir.
So in the summer, we cannot take all of our water from the river, correct? It has to be supplemented?
That's true.
Okay, so just want to clarify the fact that our river's not an unlimited source of water, but it is definitely a large source of our supply, and that's the reason for the brackish water desal project, to take full advantage of that in generations to come.
Correct. The 17 million gallons does allow us a large portion of our water, but there are times we still do need to purchase raw water from Contra Costa Water District.
Right, and to the point about the drought, the conservation, mandates, Antioch would be able to maybe be relieved of that somewhat by virtue of the fact that we do have an alternative source that doesn't depend upon the runoff from the mountains and things like that, correct?
It is something that we're working with the state on.
All right, good. I just wanted to make sure I understood those correctly.
Clean drinking water is important to the community. I'm assuming everybody. I went, when we talk about it, I don't really care how I get to the faucet as long as it come out of the faucet when I cut the faucet on and that it's drinkable. I also understand that like these rates need to increase because the city was super ambitious and went for a loan projected on increasing rates on residents to be able to have a water desal plant that then will produce drink, like good drinking water for the long term, I'm assuming. I also don't know what it will save the city to have the desal plant, if any, because it also sounds like we're not just raising the rate to pay off the loan, but we also had another elected official here tonight saying we might also need to consider raising more of the rate to pay for the operations of the desal plant and maintenance moving forward. I also heard Councilwoman Wilson say like the previous council during the pandemic decided not to raise rates because people were struggling out of the pandemic and couldn't afford it, as if people can afford it now, right? So like people are saying it's not just the pandemic that made this difficult to do, because even pre-pandemic, people are still struggling, and the struggle is only gonna get realer. I mean, especially if we are watching what's happening at the national level. I hope you're not watching too much of that because it's not good for your mental health anyway. So we're acting as if people who couldn't afford it then could afford it now, and that's just not true. We had a young lady come here to the city council at our current rate, which is the lowest, and couldn't afford to pay that because she was renting from a landlord that refused to fix a leak, but because the water was in her name, then the burden of the cost fell on her, and several community members had to pull together to help her pay that. And so with all of this information, with understanding that the city needs to raise water rates to pay off this debt so that we won't, so that our creditors won't look at us in a negative light, I understand all of that. And I understand that there are people who can't afford it, and I am going to remain a no, even though I know the votes are here to pass this tonight.
All right, if there are no further comments, may I have a motion to adopt a resolution approving the findings and the water utility cash flow evaluation and rate study from Pavlatech Consultant LLC dated January 2025, approve the water rate schedule effective May 1, 2025, and amending the master fee schedule to include the updated water rates. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
What about the tier pricing? Eliminate that at least.
Motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Torres Walker voting no.
All right, thank you. Moving on to our second public hearing, item number 6, which is Lone Tree Retail Project. May I please have staff report? Thank you.
Thank you so
Scott.
much. Thanks, Mayor and City Council. The Lone Tree Retail Project is a commercial project consisting of 3 buildings: a car wash, quick service restaurant, and combination quick service restaurant and retail building at the vacant parcels on Lone Tree Way next to the existing In-Shape Fitness Center. The entitlements before the council tonight are adopting an addendum and approving a final development plan, a use permit, and design review. Associate Planner Nathan Tinclair will provide a staff report for the project.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Nathan Tinclair, Associate Planner. And, I'm sorry, there we go. There are 4 entitlements that we're asking you to consider tonight for the Lone Tree Retail Project. adopting an addendum to the previously adopted initial study mitigated negative declaration, and approval of a new final development plan, use permit, and design review. And as part of the final development plan, the applicant is requesting the addition of car wash to the master use list for the commercial center where the project is located. While this business type was not part of the original commercial center approvals, it is consistent with the city's general plan designation for the site of neighborhood community commercial, which allows for automotive uses such as car washes. The project is located on Lone Tree Way next to the InShape Fitness Center. And for some background on the project, the location was part of a 2005 entitlement for development of a larger 186,000 square foot commercial development. While the InShape Fitness Center was constructed and opened in 2007, the rest of the site has remained primarily undeveloped. The developer proposes to construct tenant spaces for 4 businesses in 3 buildings: a drive-through car wash, a drive-through quick service restaurant, and a combination drive-through quick service restaurant and retail space. The applicant has prospective tenants for 3 of the 4 business spaces, which are listed on the screen. The project also includes associated infrastructure such as utilities, parking, landscaping, stormwater control infrastructure, and signage. The proposed project site is laid out in a linear manner with the 3 buildings connected by a main access drive running through the commercial center. I'm now showing the proposed elevations for each of the commercial buildings. The buildings feature roof and wall articulation. The color and materials scheme includes colors such as an off-white color, a brown patterned color, grays, and brick that unify the design of the buildings between all 3 sites, as well as reference the existing InShape building. And the proposed architecture was reviewed for compliance with Antioch's commercial design guidelines. The project features a variety of landscaping to beautify the site, screen the buildings and drive-throughs, and provide an attractive frontage along Lone Tree Way. In December 2004, the city prepared an initial study mitigated negative declaration, which evaluated the development of the 18-acre site with 186,000 square feet of commercial uses. An addendum to the project's original initial study mitigated negative declaration was prepared to analyze whether any of the proposed changes to the development would constitute a new significant impact requiring further evaluation under CEQA. And the addendum analyzed several areas, including noise and transportation. The addendum concluded that the proposed project would be consistent with the commercial nature of the previously anticipated development and would not result in new significant environmental impacts. The project was presented at a public hearing of the Planning Commission on February 19th, 2025. 4 letters of public comment about the project were received, including 3 letters of support and 1 letter from an individual recommending additional landscaping buffers between the drive-throughs and Lone Tree Way. At the close of the meeting, the Planning Commission voted 4-0 with 2 commissioners absent to adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council adopt the addendum to the initial study mitigated negative declaration for the project. A second vote was then held to adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council approve the final development plan, use permit, and design review. And that motion failed in a 3-1 vote with 1 commissioner opposing and 2 commissioners absent. But per Antioch Municipal Code, Planning Commission resolutions require at least 4 yes votes for adoption. And therefore, the Planning Commission did not formally recommend to the City Council adoption or denial of the final development plan, use permit, design review for the Lone Tree Retail project. To conclude, staff are recommending that the City Council adopt the addendum to the initial study mitigated negative declaration and approve the final development plan, use permit, and design review for the project. I'm happy to take any questions, and I know that the applicant is also here and prepared with a presentation for you. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the presentation. We will now open the public hearing. Do we have a proponent for the project, please?
Hi, Paul Rothbard, Mayor Bernal and council members. Thanks for having us here. Do I just hit the, I don't know what I'm doing here. Let's see if this thing works. It's not showing on the screen. There we go. You might have to drive, I think, Nathan. Just want to do a quick, I think I got about 10 minutes, quick sort of presentation on the project. Most of it's in the package that you guys saw. I went through it pretty deeply, and everything's in there that I'm probably going to touch on, except for a little bit of the backdrop of this. We bought this property. Do I hit it or do you hit it? You can try. I can try? Let's see if it works. Hey, awesome. We bought this project back in 2004. We are, my family, that's my dad back there. When we bought this land, we were the operators and owners and the developers of the InShape Health Club company. And we were super excited about coming to Antioch. We felt like the town needed a really good health club to help the community get fit. We'd been building clubs and operating clubs throughout the Central Valley for, at that point, over 20 years. And we found this piece of property, and lo and behold, it was 18 acres. And we said, whoa, that's going to be quite a big health club. But we thought, you know, we can build a beautiful club. We know how to do that, and we can also find a way to give back to the community and build a real nice neighborhood commercial center. So we set out on a path with the city, and we worked for a couple of years to come up with a development plan with about 120,000 square feet of shopping center, with a 40 or 50,000 square foot traditional grocer and the junior anchors, and then a couple restaurants up front, and I think a medical office building. Part of that, we agreed with the Blue Rock group next door to us to do a parcel lot line adjustment, which actually allowed them to build their entire parcel in a really cohesive and good way. It was, we had actually the better property, and they sort of had a sliver that went backwards, and we agreed to cut it right down the middle, so they would have a rectangle and we would have our sort of rectangle. And so we got this plan approved back in 2005, and about the next 15 years, I mean, here we are 20 years later. I mean, my dad had a full head of hair. I didn't have gray hair when we started this project. And here we are 20 years later, finally with a project that we are 100% committed to, that we've got a lot of excitement behind. And to fill in the blank between where we were from 2004, 2005, we built the InShape Club. It's been a great club for the community. It's still there. Hopefully some of you are members. Hopefully if you've been members, you've had good experiences. We no longer own InShape, so if there's any complaints, I'll make sure I get them to the new owners, but hopefully you guys have enjoyed that club. We had a lot of conversations with a lot of grocers, and we talked to everybody. Our broker who we've been working with for 25 years is here. He will tell you, I've called him over those 10, 12, 14 years hundreds of times. Who have you talked to? You talked to Kroger's and you know, Whole Foods. I mean, you name Sprouts, you name it, the list went on. We could not get an anchor because Slatton Ranch opened up and other developments opened up. The crosstown, or the exit, what's the thing that goes between Antioch and Brentwood, that opened up. And this became a shopping center that no grocer wanted to go into. So we had to look at different ways to develop this site. Thank God, City of Antioch, and thank you to the council, allowed a residential overlay onto the commercial property. So we now have the rear 8 acres or 9 acres in contract with a developer. I'm not at privy to tell it, but I think everybody probably knows who it is. But a local Central Valley developer to build a residential complex there. It's beautifully designed. It's approved. They're ready to go to construction documents and submit in Q3 of this year. And we've got 3 great uses up front. Part of this project is to finish out the rear and at the same time finish the front 3. My dad and I are still the majority owners. We own the property up front. We're the developers. We're going to develop it out. We're really excited to get it going, as you can imagine, after 20 years. So you guys all have seen what Nathan described. We've got a Chipotle, which has a really cool concept that's called the Chipotle Lane. Reduces queuing in the drive-through, where you actually order on your mobile phone and pick up. So you're not actually ordering in the queue. So it's more of a drive-through pickup lane. Apparently, it cuts traffic, or it cuts the wait time down like in half. And they've got this throughout the country now in a bunch of prototypical spaces, and they're really excited to do it here. Habit Burger, great hamburgers. And they're really excited to be here. They've done their homework to really make sure that this is going to be a great location for them. And Mr. Car Wash, we have one of the representatives here. I've been working with them for now about 18 months, maybe even 2 years. I couldn't be happier with a tenant. Super great to work with, jumping through hoops, bending over backwards, and they've done their deep dive to make sure that they're going to put in a beautiful car wash that is going to serve the community regardless of any other car washes that have been approved in the past. There's enough space in this market for them and another that I think has been previously approved, and we're excited to be able to have 3 great tenants that we feel are going to be there for years to come. Next slide, please. We spent a lot of time working with the city on this, engineering, Kevin, Nathan, and Phil, and a bunch of other good people of the city and it was not easy, let me tell you. We had a lot of conversations about how to design stormwater retention basins and the parking, and we did traffic studies. We even went so far, we got the CEQA, even in the CEQA it said, you know, you've got one mitigating factor that you've got to go address before construction, that's burrowing owl. 2 weeks ago, I said, let's know now. I want to know now if we're going to have a burrowing owl issue, because we had a burrowing owl issue when we built the health club, and I'm going to get ahead of it before we start this project. We found out 2 days ago there are no burrowing owls on the entire 13 acres that's undeveloped, so we're very excited. Of course, we will have to go and do it again, so I'll spend the money to go do it again right before construction. But I wanted to know before I came to this meeting if there was going to be any issues with burrowing owls, because it came up at the Planning Commission, and I didn't have a good answer. Next. I already touched on this. These are just a lot of the factors that we really took into consideration. This is not some project that we didn't put a lot of thought into. These were uses that we went after. We said, this is the kind of use that works well. These are the kind of uses that work well with a residential component, with a health club, with the neighbors, with Sutter, the hospital, with the coffee shops nearby. We talked to Mr. Car Wash, Chipotle, Habit Burger. We said, look, does your use work in this location? Is it going to be successful? Because the last thing I want as a landlord is a tenant that doesn't have a good business. I've run a business for a long time. It's not fun when there's a business that's not doing well. We want businesses in our community that make money, give back to the community, create jobs, and these are 3 great uses that are going to do that. I've got letters of support from the Blue Rock folks next door. I've got a letter of support from the residential community, the residential builder behind us, and In Shape. And they're all really, really excited, besides the fact that this property sat there for 20 years, and many years prior to that. This 13 acres has been vacant. We've dealt with homelessness. We've dealt with semis parking overnight, weed abatement, litter, I mean, all kinds of problems. It's been a real nightmare to manage this, besides the fact that it's not been cheap to pay property taxes on land that has no revenue coming off it. So we're really excited about this project, as you can imagine. I'll try to go fast. I got a minute. I'm not going to go on that. Let's go to the next one, because we've talked about this. We talked about that. Yep, keep going. Thank you. That's a good picture of it. We talked about this. Mr. Car Wash is, this came up. They have a great systems in reducing water usage, recycling their water. I don't know the details. I'm not a water engineer, but they've done their homework. They have over 500 locations, and this is something they specialize in. They've been through this a lot, and I'm really excited to have a big player, doing the car washing here, because they're very environmentally conscious. Next, please. This is how fast we're going to go. If we can get an approval tonight, We're going to be submitting our plans, and we will be hopefully in construction by August. I've got to deliver these spaces and these buildings by July of next year, so I've got to go fast. The residential wants to be done in 2 years. Okay, I got 10 seconds. Let's go. All right. All I'm here now is I'll just say I'm here to answer any questions, and I really, really gratefully ask for your approval for our project.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Ron.
Do we have an opponent to the project?
We have Andrew Becker.
Thank you. You know, I typically stand as a proponent for economic development and residential development. But what frustrates me with this project is that, you know, I came to this meeting having developed my own thoughts through reading the staff report. I came to this meeting wanting to hear the applicants' thoughts and you know, the thought process behind this project, and you know, getting a bit more of the history. You know, I think it frustrates me even more because, you know, I've grown up here in this community. I went to Dallas Ranch Middle School. You know, I'm intimately familiar with this site and the lack of development out there and understand the economic state of this city. What frustrates me is that we, staff and council, have an obligation to create a cohesive plan across the city that meets the community's needs. And an applicant comes forward and submits a commercial infill housing streamline plan that doesn't even go before planning commission or council, and is submitted at the same time that I presume they understand that the city is looking at inclusionary housing to address the affordable needs in our community. And yet there's no conversation around an affordable component within that project. And then you have a plan development that shows 2 7,000 square foot food spaces and a 10,000 square foot medical space. And we've tried for decades now in trying to fill these spaces, and we haven't been able to. I'll be honest with you, I follow the properties, both lease, build to suit, conversion, acquisition opportunities in the city. I didn't start seeing anything on this property until the last maybe year or two, where I see build to suit lease options for this quick service food space. So I would genuinely be interested to know what other operators have been approached and what that feedback or what those obstacles were for the developer, the broker, because I think we have a greater need. You know, I passed out packets from social media where the community came through and offered up their thoughts on this project. And by and large, I heard, we don't want quick service. We don't want quick service. We don't want quick service. We want a nice space where we can go sit down. We want a space where we can meet with the community. It's crazy because I take meetings all the time and I have to go find a space somewhere else or a few spaces we have downtown because there's nowhere for people to come together. There's no upscale dining or virtually no upscale dining in our community. So now we're gonna say, hey, sure, let me invite the mayor over to Chipotle. Let's meet at the Habit. Let's bring together people there. I mean, I'm having developers from Antioch that want to talk about development in Antioch saying, let's meet out at Maurice's in Clayton. Let's go out to San Ramon. You know, then it frustrates me even more because I start to think as a developer myself and I say, well, gosh, how do we tap into those amenities? And it frustrates me to hear that you developed and you built in shape, but then it stays there in its current model. And yet we have facilities going up in Fairfield, in Brown Valley, that have pickleball courts, that cater towards a more upscale community. And you have all of this surplus property that you sat on for so long. Were there discussions in bringing that kind of development to that space? Because I think the city would have supported that, and I think that the community would have showed up for that. But instead we hear, well, there was transient activity on site. Well, if there was transient activity on site, maybe there are additional needs. And Contra Costa County is going through trying to find property across East County to meet the community's needs. Did anybody look at the original development proposal that shows that there was a connection to that Makalumi Trail? I'd like to know if that connection point is still going to be there. That Makalumi Trail connects through that trail and that property down to Antioch's Contra Costa Health Site. Even further down to the future bicycle garden. Is anybody aware that Contra Costa Health just in last year created its basic health coverage to meet its low-income communities' needs, which we have a lot of here at Antioch? If we're talking about build-to-suit opportunities, did anybody engage the county? Did anybody come to the city and say, hey, how can we meet other needs outside of this retail model through that 10,000 square foot medical space? Did anybody talk to Contra Costa Health about the $200,000 bicycle and pedestrian grant that they just received that would have tied in perfectly to that trail model and that bicycle garden and that Antioch Health Center? So now we're giving up a 10,000 square foot medical space and we're getting a car wash, which even the developer, the applicant says, we understand that there's one going that was just approved a mile down the road, but there's still a need here. There's always going to be a need for people to wash their cars as we talk about water conservation. So now we're saying we don't want that 10,000 square foot medical space. Instead, we want a car wash where I don't feel that there's adequate parking. And we're going to put in a Habit and we're going to put in a Chipotle. And instead of an upscale 7,000 square foot food space, you're going to get buildings that are built majority by CMUs, concrete masonry blocks, cinder blocks. Like it seems like it's the same old, same old, same old. And I appreciate that the applicant says that they're invested in their community, so invest in your community. Where was the community engagement through this? It doesn't just fall on a city to engage its community. It falls on the developers. You reached out to the CEO of InShape. What do they know about Antioch? I guess they know that it's good for their health club members to come out and grab a burger after. I mean, or they reached out to the multifamily luxury upscale developer that's going to come in. What do they know about Antioch? That out of its 21 census tracts, 17 of them fall under 80% AMI, 4 of them under 30% AMI, none of it talking about inclusionary housing. And instead we have an applicant saying that I'm not at liberty to disclose who that builder is, but maybe you all know who it is. That doesn't feel like transparency to me. I'm working with the church operator who's moving into a retail space to increase that site. And today entered into contract, put $100,000 down on the 99-cent store next door and secured a contract on that property. And you know what they want to put there? Youth space. Indoor soccer. When we could have had outdoor pickleball. I mean, we are building properties that will last into the future. You're not making a decision for yourselves or for me. You're making a decision for our children, our grandchildren, and their children. And so today we're deciding that everybody's greatest needs in the city are Chipotle, the Habit, and a car wash. I would hazard to say that if that's truly their need, drive 10 minutes in any direction from where you are in Antioch and you can fill it. You have multiple comments here, not from the community, so don't listen to me. Go through all of those pages I submitted to you. And after you've made your decision today, if you give it a yes vote, I challenge each and every one of you to reach out to all of those individuals, except for the person that wanted a strip club. Reach out to all of those individuals and tell them why you don't support that upscale dining. Tell them why you don't support that medical office space. I challenge you to bring a no vote, but not to turn the developer or the applicant away, to say we are committed to this space and to you, and we will work with you on finding the right operators if you're willing to do a build to suit. And with my last 5 seconds, I'll say I'm willing to engage with them and help support and opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
I have 2 speaker cards. The first one is Melissa Case, and then we'll have Tiki Flow.
Oh, goody, I get 5 minutes. As a longtime Antioch resident, you know, your campaign, Mayor, I worked on, it was the first one I worked on. And I believed in your vision to really escalate Antioch into a community that we can all be proud of. And I believe the time right now is to commit to foster a more vibrant environment. It's really apparent to me what's over there, the Blue Rock community. Every day you can go in front of that Starbucks and meet people from your community and talk to them about stuff that's going on in Antioch. Those developers didn't explore that. And we should foster that environment in the rest of that area. Given the abundance of fast food establishments in our area, prioritizing healthy dining options would better serve this complex, especially with a gym in it. Placing additional fast food restaurants adjacent to a gym seems contradictory to health and wellness goals of gym goers. Instead, introduce eateries that offer nutritious options, such as Vitality Bowls or salad-focused establishments like those they have in Brentwood. We'd reinforce healthy lifestyle choices and cater to gym goers seeking more wholesome meals. Antioch already has a host of substantial number of fast food venues, contributing to traffic congestion and limiting diverse dining options. I drive down Lone Tree Way all the time when I'm working. That area of Lone Tree Way is the least traffic. By encouraging development of establishments that provide fresh and balanced meals, we can enhance our city's culinary landscape and promote better dietary habits. Fast food drive-thrus often prioritize convenience over our community interaction. And that's a space where the community does interact already. Incorporating sit-down dining options with inviting seating can foster an even greater sense of community, encourage social interactions, and create a more vibrant local atmosphere. Thus far, our administration has maintained transparency and actively sought community input. Surveying gym members and local residents about their dining preferences can yield valuable insights for this location. This approach not only ensures that new developments meet the preference of both community and gym members, but also attracts businesses that align with the local tastes, ultimately fostering a supportive environment for residents and entrepreneurs alike. Also, with a car wash already proposed down the street, adding a similar establishment raises concerns about redundancy and overdevelopment, like Oakley with all their self-storage spaces. In fact, that's the only thing missing from this development, is a self-storage space. Prioritizing smart development that addresses actual community needs rather than duplicating services will be better serve Antioch's growth for the future. Rather than defaulting to another burger and burrito joint, let's be intentional about Antioch's growth. Focusing on fresh, health-forward eateries without drive-thrus would be better complement to the gym and the already community that gathers there. We need to prioritize smart development. I think you all campaigned on that. Not just more cars and lines. Let's raise the bar, not just the calorie count.
Next speaker is Tiki Flo.
Okay, it's almost 11. Hi, thank you. I don't want to repeat. They said everything that was on my mind, although Habit and Chipotle is like one of my favorite restaurants, but for the last few months, I haven't even been able to afford the $30 burger or the $25 bowl, so, you know, that's really not important. And then I know a couple of months ago, we were arguing or talking about another car wash. So it's just sound like it's redundant. Like people keep coming like you're not even listening to the city council meetings, or I'm not sure, but I think they turned down a car wash prior to this. But yeah, and then too with the In Shape, don't nobody want to go and get no cheeseburger, right? We need more grocery stores that we can afford, right? So it's inflation right now. So right now we really shouldn't be building nothing because he don't even know if his goods is going to be 12 times higher than what it is. So he got to move fast. But we shouldn't have to move fast when we talking about our community. Just like he said, where is the development for the youth? Like, I'm not understanding. Where is the development for the homeless? Take that money that you are investing in to this property and invest into Antioch's youth, invest into Antioch's underserved community, and then you wouldn't have to clean up and get all the homeless people out and whatever it is that you said you have to do to upkeep it, right? Because we're all trying to, like Melissa K said, let's bring Antioch together. Y'all had a vision, so let's continue our vision and bring affordable things. I don't want a Chipotle and I don't want a $30 Habit burger. That's not that's not a priority of mine. But thank you guys.
Thank you. Do we have any more public speaker comment?
Is it Brian?
Correct. I had to write fast.
No worries.
Thank you. Mayor, Council, Brian Herron, Commercial Retail Associates, office out of Fresno, California. I am the real estate representation that Paul referred to back on this project going all the way back to 2005. And like Morton, I had hair when this started too. So what I did want to do is address some of those comments that a couple of the opponents have made. First of all, when this project was approved, it was this desire of the city council, city staff to do cohesive. Part of that cohesive plan was a PD development project that required all of the component pieces to an 18-acre development be done, be known. And at that time, under those market conditions, that PD was established. This was established as a retail site. Under that PD, it was not subject to, government buildings or hospitals. We weren't allowed those options, and those still aren't our options under the existing zone designations. So I just wanted to say that. As a couple of the opponents have stated tonight, they've talked about specifically restaurant and food choices. Under that prior PD, as was represented, 7,000 square foot restaurants were suggested, sit-down, in-house restaurants. I heard a really good, wise statement that said the only constant in life is change. And back then, we had agreed to try and get those 7,000 square foot restaurants. Under that PD, and since COVID, it's a whole new world. The world has changed. Those are obsolete, by and large, obsolete concepts, and they are not concepts that are willing to come to this location. And we have tried. We have tried many, many a time. There was also a statement made about QSRs and Starbucks. And Starbucks is part of the Blue Rock concept or a center next door. it does have a drive-through. It, by its definition, is a QSR. And it has meeting space, as does Habit, as does Chipotle, national brands that the constituency and the bulk of the communities love. And it does have interior seating and will have meeting space. Some may love those brands, some may dislike them, but all of them are in demand in your community and have been in demand by all of their studies. Had there been a segment of your city where this would not have been wanted, Mr. Car Wash would not be here, Chipotle would not be here, Habit Burger would not be here, and they all need to be by demand. One last comment I'll make is one of the planning commissioners in the public hearing who happened to state that she was in fact a member at InShape. And her comment very much was, oh good, we won't have to even exit the property, meaning convenience-oriented cross-pollination of having their workout experience, their health club experience, and in fact being able to get their foods, lunch, dinner, on property without accessing onto the public right-of-way. I thought it was a very intuitive statement. That said, I have been on this. We have tried getting all the grocers. Paul was not incorrect. Some of the labels you saw up on the screen. We have spoken to Sprouts. We have spoken to Nugget. We've gone from big to small. We went from food for less down. We've tried Amazon. We've gone the route. There isn't a grocer for this site. And we then moved in the next phase of that development into Anchor. And some of you recall what we were doing back in 2008, 2009 there. And the market shifted, once again change, and here we are. I think this is a wonderful project. I think it's timely, and I think its time is now. And with that, I'll say thank you and hope to seek your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I, before we continue, can I get a motion to continue this meeting until 11:30? In a second?
Second.
Yeah, motion and second. Please cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-0. Our next speaker is Katie.
Hello. Only question I had was at any point applicant could have amended general plan to allow uses?
I do not have any more public speakers.
All right, no more public speakers. I'll close this public hearing. All right, it's before the city council.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
a couple of comments have been made about how long this project has been here. There was another person who was here in 2004, and that was the mayor. And I still have some hair, though it's all gray too. So I have to tell you, when I saw this project, I was very surprised because of the original concepts of approval on this particular project. And I was disappointed, to be very blunt. Because, you know, we had a very, very grandiose view of this particular development and project, and your father and you know, Paul, and I embraced it. And that's one of the reasons why we went forward. That's one of the reasons why we went forward with Blue Rock, because we thought it would be a perfect marriage between the two properties. Having this come forward with fast food and a car wash, for me personally, I can't believe that that's the proposal, to be very, very blunt about it. And I'm conflicted because, as the previous gentleman said, the world has changed, and we all are aware of that. And oftentimes we say, well, we need to have 7,000. Some people say we need to have 10,000 square foot restaurants, high-end scale. My son works for Michelin star restaurants. I know a little bit about Michelin star restaurants, especially when I have to pick up the bill. But I just have to say overall, you know, very, very saddened by it. You worked with me, you know, 20 years ago to get the original project approved and moving forward. No contact, no discussion, because I would have told you then that this was not going to meet expectations that the community has. And I know you have put a lot of money into it, a lot of time, energy, and effort, but frankly, I'm disappointed because you came to the city with great ideas, very community focused, and you achieved it actually in shape. I mean, it has been, I think, a very positive development in the community. So I am just saddened if there's a sense of council going forward. I do have some questions to ask with regards to landscaping. You know, one of the biggest fights I had with Kaiser Permanente was that I absolutely would not support looking out at a sea of asphalt, that there had to be, what do you call them, mounds developed, landscaping, trees, so that when you passed on Deer Valley Road and you looked over to the hospital, you wouldn't see asphalt and cars, but you would actually see very dynamic landscaping. So if there's a sense of going forward, I would like to come back and revisit that, because I would argue that we need better landscaping to avoid looking at all the asphalt that is going to be there. I do have a question, Mr. Sinclair, of you. The other 245 unit subdivision, has that been approved?
I'm going to defer to our planning manager, Zoe Meredith.
Yeah, good evening. So the back parcel that has the 245 unit apartment, that's part of the commercial infill housing overlay that was adopted in 2022. So that's a ministerial process. So we did sign off on that in August of 2023. So it's ministerial, meaning it doesn't go through any sort of public hearing, for example. But that was in August 2023.
I don't want to be labored tonight because it's late, but I do need to understand that better, you know, so maybe at a future city council member meeting, you can maybe give a 10-minute explanation about what that is all about, because that was new to me.
Yeah, I'm happy to provide that when you're available.
Right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Oh.
Yes, Councilmember
Yeah,
Wilson.
thank you. So at first I was excited something was finally coming into that spot because I felt something needed to be there. But then when I saw what it is, I'm in agreement with everybody about we need more healthy food options. I think at one point, and Mr. Reed is not here, I asked how many fitness centers we had in our city and how come our eateries are not matching up to that. I mean, I would have rather seen a traditional restaurant at that site versus all that fast food. And then I'm also extremely concerned, the 2 drive-throughs and a car wash. I mean, we all see the drive-through at, what's that other burger place up the street? In-N-Out? Oh. I don't go to In-N-Out, so I just know it's a lot. I'm just really concerned with the 2 drive-throughs of the traffic that's gonna cause. On top of that, a car wash, and then that In-N-Out parking lot, if everybody knows it, is always packed. There's always cars in there. So I think it's just, you guys just need to go back to the drawing board on that one. And, you know, we hear from a lot of developers when we ask, like, I was going through some of these comments, why don't we get a cheesecake? And why don't we get this? And we tried and tried, and I don't buy that. You know, I just think there were probably better options. And I think, you know, as council, and I know Councilmember Torres Walker and I have discussed, like, healthy neighborhoods and healthy communities where people have the option of eating healthy instead of just going, well, here's a Chipotle, here's a Habit Burger, instead of the McDonald's up the street or Wendy's the other way. Or, yeah, I just thought there was just good. I was just disappointed. I was excited, and then I was just disappointed with the options there. So I just think you guys just need to go back to the drawing board on this one.
Yes,
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. 20 years, and it's like the last project was like 30 years, 20 years, and what's taking so long, and you know, in and out versus habit burger and healthy food. Like the reality is none of us can afford any of this to be eating it in the first place. I mean, like, and in a minute we ain't gonna be affording nothing. So I mean, we need to cook at home. That's the healthiest food option you're gonna get. Also, you know, I heard, you know, we need community space where we can hang out. You know, everybody can't hold office hours at the Starbucks on Blue Rock to conspire. And so I think for me, I'm not for the project or against it. I will probably tell you, like I told the last guy who was here trying to get a car wash, then maybe he should sell the property to a housing developer and call it a day.
Well, I don't want to repeat what other people have said, but the same, I would love to see something come in that's more in line with what has been discussed. I also understand the importance of economic development. And when we look at the budget crisis that we're in and the decrease in revenue, I think to the point of 7 million, are we in a position to turn away opportunities for revenue? I mean, that's where I have mixed feelings about this, you know? On one hand, we're trying to reduce the budget, balance the budget, and one of our biggest handicaps or pitfalls has to do with the loss of revenue during the last 4 years. And so are we in a position to turn away business that can bring in revenue to help us be able to afford programs like we've heard in the audience that are so important? That's where I'm in the middle on this because I see the value of bringing in revenue, and people have choices if they want to spend their money at whatever restaurant or go somewhere else or cook at home. So, you know, even when I heard Andrew speak about, he made some valid points, but one of the things he opened up with was that he is usually a proponent for economic development. And I just really think that that's something we really have to look at. Are we in the position that we can turn away business and revenue? That's where I'm at. I'm a little torn on that.
I think if it was being proposed in your district, people would be willing to vote for it.
I'm not sure what you mean.
What I mean by that is that there is a NIMBYism type of aspect to development, whether it's economic development or housing development. And so people are really saying, we don't want this in our backyard, bring something else. And so what Andrew was saying was that the comments are saying, you know, what we should bring as the city. This is not our property. We don't own this parcel. We're talking to the actual owners who are trying to develop it because they have lost money on it for 20 years for not being able to get a project completed. And what they're saying is like, we hear what everybody is saying today, but for 20, this is how far we've gotten in 20 years. We're trying to tell you where the market is. We're trying to tell you where the desires are. We're trying to let you know who's willing to come and who is not willing to come. And so far, this is where we get, this is the buy-in we get so we could develop this parcel and have tenants so we could start to recoup some of our losses. And so, yeah, the city could say like, this would be, we're saying we need economic development. We have a lapse in revenue, and at the same time, you have not in my backyard, not this kind of development. What we do get to do is take a vote and say, you cannot develop this on land that you own. Which is why I said that if I was the owner, I would get out from up under it Because if the only thing that the city is supporting developing at this moment is housing, sell the parcel for more housing development in that area. If you're not gonna be able to support this type of development from a owner who is telling you for 20 years, we've been trying to get this off the ground, this is what we have, and then somebody said, have city staff help them find industry to bring in the absence of an economic development department? Who is gonna do that work to help them find, identify, and bring in new industry if this isn't the industry you want? So I think like you gotta kind of figure out what you want. So my recommendation was sell it and to somebody who want to develop more housing.
So I was also surprised, not so much at the uses, but at the way they were oriented. And I don't know, talking to staff, was there a attempt to put the drive-through on the front, not on the back side of the buildings? Is that possible on this site? I say staff / developer, because the reason I asked that question is if the buildings were up against the street and you have a nice architectural treatment, that's one thing. But when you're looking at 30 cars, sitting up there with marginal landscaping blocking them, that's a whole different looking project to me.
So I would defer to the developer if you're interested in hearing from them on that. I will say that, that's, I think one of the things we have to recognize that they're working with on this site is that it is kind of partially developed, right? There is already this main entry drive with the main kind of circle and access points to the adjacent parcels where it is. I'd note that there are other examples of drive-throughs like the Chick-fil-A that's being built right now, for example, that does have its drive-through come up to Lone Tree Way. Whether there's considerations of how easy or not it would be to flip that, I think the applicant might be best to speak to that if you'd be willing to hear from them on it.
Sure. And then the other comment has to do with, it would have been nice to have seen the housing project in the backdrop, because it's hard to tell what the project's going to look like when it's fully developed, when all we're seeing is just the individual buildings going across. So that would have been something. And then the other part of it that was really difficult is the fact that this is coming to us for us to approve the design review and all the other stuff with a couple days notice to look at it on really tiny sets of plans. It just makes it really difficult to really see what's going on with these projects. And granted, I don't know if we'd all have a 24 by 36 set of plans, but it would have been nice just to have seen something bigger. And then the final comment and question is just what exactly, and I tried to look at the cross section from Lone Tree across to it, but it looks like there's nothing blocking the vehicles. There's bioswales, there's, Lone Tree's lower, pads are higher. So to Councilmember Freitas's point, if we go this far, there would at least need to be some sort of landscaping, mounding, screening, something that blocks those cars from headlights and just looking at a whole row of cars coming down Lone Tree.
Point, Mr. Mayor, the cars are facing east, but on Lone Tree, the cars are traveling west. And what concerns me is during the evening hours when people have their headlights on, they're going to be right in the face of people traveling in a westbound area. And that's one of the reasons why I'm suggesting, the mounding, if the project goes forward, to get rid of that conflict between it. I think we're all conflicted. I think Councilmember Toiler-Walker brings a good point up with regards to housing. Councilmember Rocha brings up a good comment about, generation of revenue. Some of us have a historical perspective, on this and are disappointed with it. And so maybe it might behoove us, to hold this over for 2 weeks and have more of an opportunity for discussion with the builder and maybe, maybe we could come up with something that is doable, but I'm just suggesting maybe that's an option. If we don't want to do that, it's fine, but, I mean, I struggled because I was there. I worked with the applicants directly, 20 years ago. And 20 years is a long time and very expensive to stay in the city of Antioch trying to get a project. And I am, grateful that they haven't, they didn't sell it off years ago for something that we would have hated even more. So I am very conflicted on this project.
And I recall that there was, I think the Starbucks was going on your property and ended up over in Blue Rock. So there's been a whole history on that. There was going to be a Target. So there's been a lot of uses that would have been probably more appealing that have gone other places or not at all. Mr. Rothbard, did you want to say anything? Am I allowed? Sure.
These are all really good comments, great comments from the public, great comments from each of you. I assure you there's not a single comment that you've given me that we haven't thought through. This is not our first rodeo on this project. We have talked to the 7,000 square foot restaurant groups for years. They don't want to be here. They don't want to go to this site. We've talked to the grocers. They don't want to be here. A lot of it has to do with where a lot of the other traffic and development goes. They run their numbers and their demographics, and they know that down at Slaton Ranch and some of these other bigger developments, that's where the traffic goes. They go to the Lowe's, they go to the Home Depot, and then they want to go right next door and drop into whatever it is. We've talked to residential developers. We've talked about selling the whole thing to residential when the overlay. They don't want the front. They want a commercial development in the front with a nice, I think it's a 3 or 4 story, it's beautifully designed, residential component to the rear. We've said no to uses. We're not desperate. We don't need to do anything. I will tell you that. We can sit there and the land will just sit. That's what I hate to say it that way, but that's what will happen because there won't be more that will come. The salad restaurant doesn't want to be here and can't afford that kind of rent. You need tenants that will pay Lone Tree frontage rent. This is not an inexpensive project to develop with the infrastructure that we have to put in. So we have to have tenants that can pay the bill. Otherwise, it doesn't happen ever. In terms of Chipotle, look, I'm a health guy. Okay, when I go to Chipotle, and I go there regularly, I eat healthy. It is not garbage food. I think there are a lot of other restaurants. I drove past a Del Taco and a Taco Bell today and said, no way, I'm not going there. Chipotle delivers high quality food, and as the former CEO of InShape, I would put it on every single person in my club to say, hey, I'll put you on a diet at Chipotle and you're going to lose weight. You have to make the right choices. People have their own choices to make where they go to eat. We can't tell people where to go eat. We can bring them different options, and I think we're bringing them 2 really good options. I've got a residential community behind us that says these are great, higher quality foods. It's not junk food. They don't consider it junk food. In terms of some of the design concepts, the landscaping that was in the plans, that's not the full landscape plan. There are hedges that match what Mike Hurd and Reynolds and Brown did next door, so it's seamless and it feels like it's all part of one big development. That was very important for us, Don. Okay, and we talked about that. We tried to bring that to this project. We know it's different. If you want to be disappointed, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that we didn't get to build our 120,000 square feet. But trust me, we tried. We tried hard. And I'm sorry, but the gentleman who said that we just started marketing this, are you kidding me? I've got thousands of emails and thousands of phone calls to brokers. We've gone to the ICSC meetings. We've been pitching this site for 20 years. And thank God we've got a 250 unit residential component that wants the back 9 acres to develop. Otherwise, we'd be sitting on 13 acres for another 20 years. That's the truth. We can design around some of these things, like the landscaping. We've addressed the lights. I'm concerned about that. And I said, hey, we got to have this screened, and it's got to look like it's part of the Reynolds and Brown project. It's got to coincide with InShape. Like, you know, even though I don't own that company anymore, I care. I want this. I want to drive down this street and be, you know, that looks great. It doesn't look like a mishmash of different things. So we worked really hard with the city. We had to, you know, I negotiated hard with my tenants. I said, no, you can't put that metal on your building. I don't care if that's what you want, you know, if that's your prototype. It's not happening on our site. You're going to change your signage to what we want. And I took a hard stance with our tenants, the national tenants who have way deeper pockets than I'll ever have. And I said, look, you want to be on the site, you're going to conform to the look and feel that it needs to be. Now, maybe it's not a Mastro's or some other high-end restaurant, which I would have loved to have had. Who wouldn't? But I couldn't, you know, I don't think we have a lot of people who could afford a Mastro's sitting in there. But people can afford a Chipotle burrito most of the time. If they can afford a Starbucks and go get a $7 drink, they can afford a burrito here or a burger. And so, and that other car wash, guess what? It was approved in 2021. It hasn't gotten built. You guys have pushed it and given them approvals, or you or the planning commission, I'm not sure, until now it's 2026. They got an approval to 2023, didn't, because they haven't built it. 2024, still haven't built it. 2026, that's when they got their next approval. We're gonna go build ours. You're gonna see this thing coming out of the ground in 4 or 5 months. And a year from now, you're gonna see a beautiful center with a residential developer that's gonna be built in the back, and you're gonna drive down this and go, you know what? We had a lot of hard discussion around it, and it's not that 120,000 square foot shopping center neighborhood that we wanted, and it doesn't have, you know, the sprouts and you know, the other things that we talked about. But it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be in line with what Reynolds and Brown created and what we did with InShape. And by the way, Reynolds and Brown still has a developable office pad. Why haven't they built it? Because office doesn't, there's not an office market. That's why the medical office on the car wash site doesn't work anymore. These are things that are real. I'm dealing in reality. And I think we've done a darn good job to look at all the different ways to sell the property, to develop it. We have bent over backwards to try to find the right tenants. We've said no to 7-Eleven. We've said no. Look, there are some tenants you'd be shooting me if I brought to you. These are great tenants. They run great businesses. They take care of their employees. They do lead to great economic development. They put people to work. And this site has been planned really, really well. I assure you, in 2 years, 3 years, when this whole thing's done with the residents, you're going to drive down and say, you know what? This looks great, and I'm really happy to see it, and the communities do support it. And maybe there's going to be a few people who don't, but I wouldn't be surprised if they actually end up using it too, even the ones that say they won't. But I wanted to address the screening, and it is screened. It's already screened. I'm happy to work with the city, the planning department, to do more if we need to. I will sit down gladly and say, look, let's screen this even better. Let's put in 15 gallons instead of 5 gallons so it's mature before when it goes in. Whatever we need to do to get this project through, we got to get this thing through. I really need it. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. What is the pleasure of the city council?
I would like to hold this over 2 weeks. And, you know, I would like to see some of these plans, because really the staff report, it's very difficult to see what is there. And that would be my suggestion to council, is that we hold it over for 2 weeks. Let me ask Mr. Cole, is there any legal issue, legal problem?
I would want a motion to continue this to a date certain so that it's put on the record so that we don't have to publicly renotice this.
Okay. I would recommend that to council. People are kind of nodding their head. All right, 2 weeks from today is what is today?
It's 25th.
The 28th? 25th. Mr. Mayor, I move that we, what do we call it? We hold this item over to the city council meeting of Tuesday, March 28, 2025 for consideration.
I think it's March 25th.
25th. Okay, 25th.
We have a motion
Wait,
to,
Wait, I'm sorry.
Just as that, the
Sure.
public hearing is closed, correct?
public
Right.
hearing, public
Okay,
hearing is
so we're just
closed.
moving the deliberation on the item.
Right.
So we have a motion to continue this item to Tuesday, March 25th. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have 2 seconds. Can you please, was that Councilmember Wilson? Councilmember Torres Walker? Second, Councilmember Torres Walker. Please cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. We were on to our last item. Item number 7, resolution approving class spec updates for the confidential unit and operating engineers local union number 3 bargaining units.
Mr. Mayor, I
Yes.
move approval.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
You
Second.
might want to, or there,
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any public comment on this one?
We do not have any public comment on item 7.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Please cast your vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, any additional public comments?
I have 3 speaker cards from earlier. I'll see if they are still present. The first person is Nancy Northrup. Second person is Cassandra Quinto Collins and Nicole Gardner. Cassandra.
Still here. Good evening, Mayor Ron Bernal, City Council members. Thank you for the birthday greetings, Councilmember Torres Walker, Frangelo. I was so grateful to hear the support for the experiences with the AQCRT tonight. So many important points were raised, especially highlighting the needs for such a team to remain and continue to grow and develop. This evening, I want to reiterate that funding shows our communities what the priorities of our leaderships are. The Antioch community as a whole have experienced undeniable trauma and hardship. And this resource is one that deserves to be further strengthened, not limited. The impact we have seen so far has only been the beginning and has been done with just 2% of the city's budget and a hardworking team of passionate people. There is so much work to be done still, and the community deserves to know that their health and safety truly matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments?
Andrew Becker.
Thank you. I would like to make a couple of suggestions to City Council and to City staff. Seeing as there is a robust desire to develop in the city of Antioch now, I would request that we prioritize the development impact fee schedule and understanding what revenues look like through the city there so that we are recapturing the cost of these developments going forward. I would also request that we get, once again, an update on our inclusionary housing ordinance so that we can hopefully get some inclusionary housing built or linkage fees, in lieu fees, recaptured through those developments before we are at our urban limit line and there's just nowhere else to build. I would also request that, seeing as a lot of developments are looking to develop in that commercial infill housing overlay, Summersville Town Center, I think over 700 units proposed. I would request that staff look at that CIH overlay and bring a proposal back to council on a mandatory affordable requirement, such as the city of Pittsburgh did in their TOD development on Bliss Avenue, requiring 25% of the development be affordable so that individuals can afford burritos and burgers and gym memberships. And the only developer I know that is developing in a CIH overlay is a local pastor. And do you know what his commitment is to the affordable housing need in that CIH overlay? It's not 5%. It's not 10%. It's 100% affordable. So I would request that we also look at our economic development department and make that a priority so that they can engage with developers in bringing strong operators into the city. Because as Councilmember Torres Walker stated, it is not a city's responsibility to develop a property, but they sure can use this beautiful space that we keep renovating until chairs fall apart. And we can use these tables to bring people together. Because this is what staff is paid for, respectfully. I know that there's a lot of work on the table. But I appreciate council, current and past, for their engagement in these developments and bringing something cohesive to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to extend our time to 11:45 just to make sure that we finish without having to do that again? Well, we have more public comment.
We have one more comment. Melissa Case.
I just want to bring it to attention. Sorry, I am going to speak on that item. Unless the flow of traffic changed, the only way out of the Blue Rock Center from the N-shaped side is you can only make a right.
Ms. Kate, this is supposed to be on non-agendized
Oh
items.
my gosh. You can put a Chipotle anywhere.
Thank you. Any more public comments? No, seeing no more public comments. Staff communications.
No staff communications. I just want to acknowledge the assistant city manager who will not be here working for the city of Antioch at the next council meeting, as his last day is on the 21st. And I want to congratulate him for his new position at the county and to acknowledge his contribution to my success in the short time that I've been here. He walked side by side with me with no manual, no onboarding plan, no even announcement that I was joining the city. But I just wanted to acknowledge his support and to congratulate him on these next steps.
All right, thank you. Council communications and future agenda items. Councilmember Wilson.
I think I already asked for this, but I'll ask for it again. If we can take a re-look at our investment portfolio. And I talked about the healthy overlays. We can look at that again. And I didn't realize until just a few minutes ago, today is, well, for another 30 minutes, it's Harriet Tubman Day. Did anybody else know that besides me? So let's acknowledge that.
Thank you. Councilmember Torres Walker.
For future agenda items, I would like for, since with the African American Wellness Hub, those conversations were birthed out of organizing in Antioch and saying we need more supports, and with Antioch being a part of that discussion at the county level, I think that this city council should consider passing a resolution in support of the African American Wellness Hub in Contra Costa County. And another future agenda item I would like is a presentation on Midnight Basketball. Midnight Basketball was funded through the city of Antioch, I think in 2022 maybe, 2021. So it was pre the Department of Public Safety and Community Resources, but it was through Youth Services that was then under the Parks and Recreations Department. And actually, we have been through 3 cycles of funding for midnight basketball. From what I understand, the city has given a lot of in-kind services that weren't paid for, like the organization didn't have to pay for the gym, didn't have to pay for staff time, didn't have to pay a deposit to clean the gym. And we never got a report about midnight basketball. And as we were talking about the success of programs, and on CDBG as well as the Cannabis Standing Committee, I'm always asking questions about the number of people that are Antioch residents who are being served by these programs. Because why would we fund them if they're not serving the intended residents of Antioch? And that is one program that has gone through 3 funding cycles, and we have yet to see an expense report. We have yet to see a full report on outcomes. We have yet to see a report on the population that was served to make sure it actually served Antioch at-risk youth and young adults. And this is something that we've been asking for to come back for a while. So if that could also come back while we're having these conversations about programs, that would be something that I would like. I mean, we're hearing that the program was a success because Pittsburgh and Brentwood funded it, but we don't even know what happened with our own local dollars. So it would be nice to know.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Freitas.
Yeah, as we move forward, you know, part of the whole public discussion about our budgets is to inform us, educate us, you know, make us aware of all the decisions that we are going to have to make down the road. I would like to have the city clerk and the city treasurer make presentations to us about their own operations and department. I think it's important. They're unique to us because they're elected officials, but you know, I don't think I've ever, in all my years, have ever had a report really from the city clerk. Treasurer, yes, but never the city clerk. And obviously with some prior discussions, there are issues at the city clerk's office that we need to know about, such as storage and how bad it is. Maybe a couple pictures might help out, you know, but I think it is important that our elected officials, which is the city treasurer, city clerk, you know, make presentations to us and educate us. So.
All right. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Rocha.
In my conversation that I've had with City Manager Bessie Scott, I had asked to just look at the issue when we look at budget. So much of what we're committed to is personnel. And so what I would like to know is focusing on hiring those critical lead positions, director, chief of police, positions that are vacant and have been filled by interims or temporary, whatever term that we use in those cases, and just see where that gets us, because we have quite a ways to go in reducing our budget. And I'm just curious to, if we put a hiring freeze on positions that maybe aren't as critical for the organization to move forward, that I'd just like to see if that brings us closer to where we're trying to get to. It's not going to be the cure-all, but at least maybe it can take us closer to the number we're trying to get to.
All right, thank you very much. Just a couple of other presentations in the future. Urban limit line is something that's an issue that's happening at the county right now that we're going to need to start engaging in. And then also the new fire zone maps that have gone out now, and Antioch actually has a high fire zone over by Mira Vista Hills, and so I think it'd be good for the fire chief to maybe come and give us a presentation or an update on how the fire zones and how the protection services are going to be available for Antioch.
Thank you so much. The chief is going to be presenting in April, actually. We just confirmed, so I just want to let you know.
Okay, so that might be a good time for him to touch on that subject. And that's all I have. So,
Mr. Mayor, just one other thing. I mean, you know, Antioch is represented by special district representatives, Board of Education, the Contra Costa Water District actually has 2, you know, representatives here. And I would like to invite them, you know, once we get out of the budget in July, you know, summer, to come and tell us what they're doing, you know, issues that they're concerned about, and where they might make suggestions to us. I mean, we rarely ever see the special district representatives, and yet, you know, they have tremendous impacts on our community. And I think, you know, not immediate because the budget is so critical, but in fall of next year, I think it might be helpful to us to have those kinds of presentations.
Okay, perfect. And one last thing for Councilmember Torres Walker and Mayor Pro Tem Rocha, at your next meeting with the school district, if you all could come up with maybe a date for us to meet as a board and a council, because if we're talking about shared funding and different things, that would be something that we would need to be doing as part of our budget discussion. So maybe late April or early May would be good for us, the whole bunch to meet.
Yeah, I know we're gonna be discussing it there. I would encourage you, Mayor, to actually reach out to the board president.
Okay.
Because I'm sure that the school district would have to discuss it at their level, vote on. I mean, it's a Brown Act compliant meeting. It's a public meeting, so I'm sure they have procedures they gotta go through. I don't know what procedures we have to go through, so I know we're gonna discuss it there next month, but it would be helpful if you actually spoke to the board president and saw what he thought about it and how he could move it through the district.
Okay, I'll do that. All right, do I have a motion to adjourn this wonderful meeting tonight?
So moved.
We have a motion to have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second, please cast your votes.
Motion to adjourn at 11:38 p.m. carries 5-0.
Wow, these are awesome, aren't they? Look at the mess I made.